I got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't hear. My mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't hear. Yeah, my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Welcome, guys. As you know, court has just started. Let's listen in. Good to see you all.
And just make counsel and the court aware. It's the state's understanding that through the Constitution and statutorily, victims have a right to remain in the courtroom throughout the proceedings, regardless of whether or not they are victims. And we have discussed that with defense counsel and made the court aware of who we think there may be a crossover with, meaning individuals that may be present and also witnesses. But statutorily, they would have the right to be here. So including any of the defendant's children, as well as, since they were Tammy's children, as well as siblings, sometimes grandparents. The court made a ruling last year in the Lori Vallow case. I think if we're following a similar guideline, those are the individuals that we would just note for the record may be present at times, but should have the right to be present throughout the proceedings. In addition, I would just note for the record that we do have our case agent who will be present for the duration of the proceedings, and that's Chief Deputy Vince Kaikamani.
Okay, and the state's permitted their case agent as it relates to victims. The court agrees they are permitted to see the proceedings, including if they are a witness. We would take up on a witness by witness basis whether or not they fall within the statutory qualifications permitting that. And I know the state's.
Hey, guys, how is the volume? Can you guys hear okay?
Make rulings tested as to whether or not they would qualify and later called to testify.
It's fairly soft on my side.
Prior from the defense, any further comment or questions on the exclusionary ruling?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. All right, this time then we will have the jurors brought in.
Yes, sir. All rise.
So while the jurors are filing in, do you notice Chad is sitting away from the gallery? Lori kind of sat between her two lawyers, but she was also kind of blocked from immediate line of sight of the gallery. That is, I think, done on purpose. I must say this is a better view of the courtroom than I expected. It seems like they have zoomed in slightly.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bale. Please be seated.
Terry Dean, good to see you here. Earth says volume seems low, but okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We're on the record on Fremont County case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Abel. We're ready to proceed with opening arguments and initial instructions this morning to you as jurors. The court notes that the prosecution is present as well as the defendant and the defense attorney representing him as well. We have qualified this panel of 18 jurors consisting of our 12 jurors with 6 alternates, and they are now seated for trial. Let me start with the state and ask, will the state agree that the jury has now been properly seated and ready to be sworn?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Will the defense agree as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for returning this morning. You're now seated as jurors in the case before us. As previously been told, I'm Stephen W. Boyce, the District Judge of Fremont County in charge of this courtroom trial. I'll briefly reintroduce you to some of our court personnel assisting here today. Shannon Holstein, seated to my right, is the clerk who is keeping minutes of the trial proceedings, will be marking trial exhibits and administering oaths to you as jurors and to the witnesses. We do have our courtroom bailiffs as well to assist with keeping order in the courtroom and helping the jury move about where they're supposed to throughout the day, and then enforcing any conduct orders we have in effect here for the trial. Our court reporter today in Glen is taking a stenographic record of everything said during the trial proceedings, and my staff attorney, Courtney Stallings, seated.
So, as some of you know, I attended the Laurie Vallow trial, and John Pryor was there most days that I was there. Some days he wasn't there. Some days he arrived fairly casually dressed, which was quite surprising. But that's certainly a way that he got a lot of intel on the state's case, and a sort of a first bite at the apple in a way, which definitely I think favors his client as opposed to Laurie Vallow.
Juror 505.
Here.
Juror 631.
Here.
Juror 653.
Seems like a bit of a roll call for the jury.
Present.
Juror 752.
Now I'm wondering whether Charles Vallow would be the fourth victim.
Juror 823.
Didn't Chad
1358.
basically say that
1365.
Charles was a zombie? So
Juror 751.
could Chad not be tried for Charles Vallow's murder?
Juror 1577. Juror 1271. Juror 1382.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This case has been brought by the state of Idaho. I'll sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. The state is here represented in this trial by Lindsay Blake, Fremont County prosecutor. Ms. Blake, could you please stand briefly? Also, Rob Wood is the Madison County prosecutor. Ingrid Beatty is a special assistant prosecutor. And Rocky Wixom is a Fremont County deputy prosecutor. The defendant in this case, Mr. Daybell, is represented by his attorney, John Pryor. Thank you, counsel. In a few moments, the clerk will read you a redacted version of the amended indictment in this case. That document is not to be considered as evidence. It sets forth the charges against the defendant. You must not consider it as evidence of guilt and not be influenced by the fact that charges have been filed. Mr. Daybell has pled not guilty to the charges contained in the amended indictment. And please remember, again, it's a description of charges. It is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, every defendant is presumed to be innocent. This means two things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all.
So just a reminder for those in chat, please don't say unambiguous while this trial is going on. Make unambiguous statements like guilty, 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 exclamation mark, whatever. We are here to observe like the jury, and we are here to analyze and comment. We are not here to judge while the trial is underway. So please do be aware of that. Someone says that you can't include Charles in the quadruple murder. Yeah, but the point being, is this actually, are we actually dealing with a quadruple murderer? I get that it's two different courtrooms, but the question is this such a serious case that we're actually dealing with a quadruple murderer, which is basically serial killer territory, and I think Chad Daybell has been afforded a bit of kind of leniency in terms of the attention that his case has gotten. And he has sort of been in the shadow of Laurie Vallow. And I think it's about time that the light is shone on him.
Instruction now multiple times, and I will continue to give you that instruction. And again, that's not because I don't think you're not paying attention. It's
That's
just,
right. Chad is in the far
important
right
enough
of the
we'll
screen
keep
on the
reiterating
left-hand
that.
side.
And I will note, we received the juror affirmations today from each of the jurors indicating they have followed that instruction. So thank you for that.
Good point.
At this time then, the next matter we'll take up is to have this jury placed under oath for trial. At this time then, Clerk, if you're ready to administer the oath, I'll have the jurors stand and be placed under oath. When you stand, then please raise your right hands.
So while the jury are being oathed, placed under oath, do you notice Chad? It doesn't look like Chad is even wearing a jacket. He seems to be the only one who isn't. You've got the court reporter on the left wearing a jacket, people in the gallery wearing a jacket, Rob Wood wearing a jacket, his counsel John Pryor wearing a jacket. He's the only one that seems to not be, and he's wearing white. Do you think that's by design? Do you think him wearing white is just a coincidence? Also, we're going to take note whether he wears white every day. Is it going to be white, 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 or will we see him in baby blue and pink? And anyway, that's something just to observe.
And also in the afternoon, if anyone is uncomfortable, needs a break or recess for some specific reason, please notify the bailiff and we'll do our best to accommodate each of you and keep you comfortable while you're here.
Hello, Yvette
In
Kelly
addition,
from Las
if anyone
Vegas.
has any kind of accommodations they need, for example, assistance with a hearing device, other matters, please notify the bailiff again, and we want to make sure you are as comfortable as you can be and able to be alert and attentive throughout the presentation of evidence in the case.
I am coming to the States.
These seats that you have been assigned to at this time will be your specific seat throughout the trial. Please return to that same assigned seat each day or after each break so that we are able to determine who's here and if someone's not for some reason who's not here. If there are interruptions at times during the trial, I know that can be frustrating, but we'll work our best to keep.
So it's also quite weird how Chad is, there he is over there. Can you see my cursor? He's kind of backgrounded by white light. Not sure if that's the ideal situation for a case like this.
Where you'll be held, we've provided.
Hey, Joe, good to see you
access
here.
to restrooms and other needs you may have. I'll address your compensation here. State law allows you for $10 a day for your jury service. However, after 5 days, that bumps up to $40 a day. So this trial is expected to go some time. You'll likely get into that increased range of compensation, and that's pursuant to Idaho Code 2.
$40 a day.
You're also entitled, I believe, to a mileage reimbursement for travel each day, and that can further be explained to you if you have any questions. Also, you may notice from time to time, or a lot of the time, I'm looking at monitors here during the trial. I do have case information here, availability to access and research things from the bench, and so if you notice me looking at those monitors, it's generally to assist me in trial issues that come up. At this time, then the court will provide the jury with some additional jury instructions.
Okay, so while he's going through those jury instructions, what's also, I think, worth noting is you have a different defense attorney basically dealing with the same charges. So, you know, John, as I said, John Pryor did come to court, did find out what the state's case was, did observe all of that kind of thing. But what I think is also worth mentioning is Rob Wood was the prosecutor in the first case, the successful prosecution and convicting of Lori Vallow. So you can imagine he's basically done this before. You might say, well, I'm sure John Pryor has been in a courtroom before. Yeah, but he hasn't been in the shoes of this case before. And I think the fact that Rob Wood is basically prosecuting the same trial again means Rob Wood may have learned some lessons himself and probably would be incredibly au fait with the details of the case. Remember, lawyers have multiple clients. It may seem as though they just have one client, but they've got multiple clients that they've got to represent. And so if you represent one client of a case and then you represent another client of the same case, you can imagine your aptitude, just how you're going to know the case back to front. And so in that sense, I think Rob Wood is in a very good position to argue this case. But I guess we're going to get a sense of that from the opening arguments, opening statements. We'll get a sense of just how much, because it's another thing to know a case really well and to be able to boil it down, to synthesize it in a very succinct way. I'm kind of having that problem right now with the Amanda Knox case. I want to be covering that after this, and it's like, where do I start? I know so much about this case. There's so much information. At what level do you start? And so that's another thing a lawyer's got to be very good at how do you peel that onion? How quickly do you peel it? How deeply do you peel it? How slowly do you peel it? All that kind of thing. And I think what lawyers often forget about in court is that jurors are not professionals. They are they tend to just be part of the laity. They are average people with typical knowledge, and you should keep your sophisticated ideas and legal things as simple as possible without simplifying them. Express your argument as simple as possible without making it kind of reductionist. So don't oversimplify, just simplify. Thanks very much, Susan B. First super chat of the day. Okay, let's hear what they're saying.
Must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case.
Ashton, good to see you.
Instruction number 4. It is alleged that the crimes charged were committed on or about or on or between a certain date. If you find a crime was committed, the proof need not show that it was committed on that precise date. Instruction number 5. Under our law and system of justice, the defendant is presumed to be innocent. Presumption of innocence means 2 things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his.
Doesn't that look like Larry Woodcock over there? I don't know if Kay's with him, but doesn't that look like Larry?
Reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty.
Hi, Sarah. Thanks a lot, Robbie
Instruction
Robin.
number 6.
Pauline says, I think John's
A defendant
prior
in a
first one
criminal
was
trial
separating
has a
Laurie and Chad's
constitutional
trial. Good
right
point.
Not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice.
So, what makes this case definitely quite complicated, so if you want to compare this case to Caitlin Armstrong, for example, Caitlin Armstrong, you had, without any doubt, one perpetrator. As soon as you have more than one, and in this case, you could argue that there are at least 3, then it becomes not only more complicated, but it becomes easier for the defense to push shade to another perpetrator. And since Laurie's already been convicted, what does Chad have to lose by saying, yeah, she did that. Yes, that was her idea, right? So as soon as you've got more than one co-conspirator, it's a little bit difficult to make a case in a sort of a simple way. And we saw that in the Michelle Troconis trial, where you've got to put Fotis Doulos on trial first, even though he's not even alive and he's not even in the courtroom, and that can be confusing. And fortunately, in that case, the prosecution did a good job. The jury knew what they were doing. The judge knew what he was doing. We'll see whether Chad makes use of those options, blaming Alex, putting everything on Alex. But there's certainly a lot of things that he is going to struggle to explain. Why were they the bodies of two children in his backyard, right? So, Pauline, you're right. His first win was getting the trial separated. Remember, in the Amanda Knox case, that trial wasn't separated, although there were three people in that case. Amanda Knox and Raffaele Celestino were tried together. I think Raffaele wanted to be tried separately. And look at what happened there. Both found guilty. Then acquitted, but then both found guilty again, then acquitted again. So I do think you're right. But is it going to make a difference at the end of the day? Is Chad going to be acquitted? I think a victory for Chad, my personal opinion is a victory for Chad would be getting a lesser sentence and almost being seen as the second fiddle in this crime. And that's why the live we did yesterday was so important, is to say, how much agency did Chad really have? And, you know, if the polling is accurate and you guys say, well, it was almost 50-50, maybe one slightly more than the other, then we are basically saying that he should get a similar sentence to Laurie. Do you agree with that?
Be comfortable while we work out any problems with evidence. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time to help the trial run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with these terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted in this trial. However, the law does not require you to believe all of the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings and making these decisions are the considerations which you must apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decisions simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide how much you believe of what.
Someone asked, have opening arguments started? No, they haven't. The jury are still being instructed.
You should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion.
That's the right answer.
Any to which you deem it entitled.
Yeah, I wish they could. Unfortunately, I can't do that.
During instruction
This is the
number 9,
view from
at
the
conclusion of the
judge's
trial, you will decide
feed.
as to each charge whether the state has proved the defendant guilty
That's
beyond
right.
a reasonable doubt. The subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you in making these decisions. That is a matter which must not in any way affect your verdict. Jury instruction number 10. The state is seeking the death penalty in this case. If the defendant is convicted of murder in the first degree, there will then be a separate sentencing phase of the trial. At that sentencing phase, additional evidence may be presented and the jury will be given additional instructions. At the conclusion of that hearing, the jury will then decide if the defendant will be sentenced to death. If the jury decides that the defendant will not be sentenced to death, either the defendant will be sentenced to a term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, or the judge will sentence the defendant to a term of life imprisonment during which the defendant could not be paroled for at least 10 years and possibly for life. Jury instruction number 11. If you wish, you may take notes to help you remember what witnesses said. If you do take notes, please keep them to yourself until after you and your fellow jurors go to the jury room to decide the case. You should not let note-taking distract you so that you do not hear other answers by witnesses. When you leave at night, you'll leave your notes here with the bailiffs. If you do not take notes, you should rely on your own memory of what was said and not be overly influenced by the notes of other jurors. In addition, you cannot assign one person the duty of taking notes for all of you.
So the note-taking is definitely interesting. I would, if I was a jury, I would take notes for a couple of reasons. One is it encourages active listening. For another, you can definitely remember and highlight information over a period of weeks when you've written things down. I suppose you could just sit there and absorb, and at the end of the day go, well, my heart takes me in this direction based on what I've heard and what I know. But I don't really like that so much. I prefer the idea of someone who's studiously examining the information, looking at the almost like a scorecard that the prosecution put together, and important points raised by the defense, and reasoning in that way. I don't know whether we are capable of the sort of beautiful mind of John Nash, where you can just sort of sit there and all the information just sort of dances around like in a palace. I think note taking is necessary and important. I would even want it to be mandatory, but certainly when you're in the gallery and you look at the jury and you see some carrying notes and some taking notes, that gives you a good feeling in terms of those jurors doing that. Those who aren't doing that, it doesn't give you a terribly good feeling. You sort of feel like, wow, wonder where their decision making is going.
Fifth, do not read about the case in newspapers. Do not listen to radio or television broadcasts about the trial. You must base your verdict solely on what is presented in court and not upon any newspaper, radio, television, or other media account of what may have happened. Each day you will be required, as I mentioned, to sign an affirmation that you will follow this admonition of the court.
Now, in terms of that jury instruction, basically saying, please don't watch the news, please don't. I find that very archaic. I find that very naive. Like, I believe in trials of the future, hopefully the near future, but in any event, trials of the future, phones need to be confiscated, jurors need to be sequestrated, just because it's very hard for anybody to not see the news today, to not see information about things that people are interested in. And so if you're not going to take control of that and rely on the, I don't want to say honesty, because it's not necessarily being dishonest, but relying on the whims of the jury, I think it's expecting a lot. I think it's expecting too much. And so in the future, I think jurors either need to be sequestrated as a matter of generally, as a default setting, or you need to have trained jurors that do jury duty as a living. So I think you can call them professional jurors, or there needs to be some sort of monitoring. So you're allowed to keep your cell phone, but then you can use some sort of system to check what that person has been looking at on their phones. If you're going to say being influenced by the media is such a serious thing, but then you're not even going to check when you have got such ready access to it, just seems to me ridiculous. And that, I think, needs to change in terms of the way jury trials are conducted. I suppose one could argue, what about First Amendments, and what about freedom? Well, in terms of justice, I think one's got to apply guidelines in a sensible way, in a realistic way.
Murder and did aid and abet its commission, or not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being, to wit, either kill Tylee Ryan and or assist in the killing of Tylee Ryan, and or did encourage the killing of
Good to
Tylee
see you,
Ryan,
Cotton Star.
and or did command another to kill Tylee Ryan in violation of the oath. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. The defendants, Chad Guy Daybell and or Lori Noreen Vallow and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020, excuse me, in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Fremont County, Idaho, and as part of the
So I'm going to say something that is very almost like anathema to the kind of thing that I feel and the sentiment that I feel most of the time, which is because jurors are people, because they are just ordinary civilians, I think a good lawyer is aware that their attention spans are limited. And so even if you do want to spend 5 days talking about DNA evidence, even if you do want to go through the 10th layer of the cell phone data, whatever, I think you've got to bear in mind that because they're human beings, you can have a very good case, but you can irritate the heck out of a juror by just being talking constantly, interrupting constantly, basically being a lawyer who wastes the court's time, who grandstands. And so, in a sense, a lawyer's got to be quite a good performer in the court, say what is essential, keep it as brief as you can, and treat the jurors' attention span as kind of a very valuable commodity. And all things being equal, if let's say one counsel and another counsel have a similarly strong case or similarly strong arguments, the counsel that conveys it in a way that is more, I don't want to say edible, more palatable in a way to the jury. In other words, without being long-winded, I think stand a lot better chance of winning the jury over. And although that's an area that I don't really like because it's not really to do with the facts or the evidence, it is a reality in terms of human nature. I do wonder whether in future is AI going to decide, in a very cool way, get all the evidence, get all the information, evaluate it, and then make a decision. Because human beings are susceptible to emotions, to boredom, to limited attention spans where something like a computer doesn't. Nobody likes the idea of a computer having your fate in a computer's hands, but people didn't like the idea of ATMs giving out money. Well, who would you prefer to go to today for cash? A bank teller or going to an ATM? So one does wonder, what is the future going to be of trials in the future? I think what she's reading right now is actually what I read at the end of the live stream yesterday afternoon, last night.
Count 7, insurance fraud. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 30, 2019, in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, did with the
So Eric says, would AI be more fair? And I understand being unsure about it because it certainly is a new area, but Elon Musk does say next year AI will be smarter than the smartest person on earth. I don't know if that's true, but it's surely at a certain point that's got to be the case. I don't like the idea. So you might say AI is not reliable, and maybe it isn't, and maybe you'd want to wait beyond the minimum period for it to be safe, and even to test it out, have a jury come to a decision and then look at what AI does, in the same way you have with sports things, where in tennis you have the I think it's called Hawkeye, looking whether the ball was on the line or not. And I think you can agree that those digital systems are far more accurate than the human eye. So you have that in sport already, where a digital thing basically judges the fairness or accuracy of a particular ruling. So what I'm saying is, you could have a situation where you have a jury, but you have a kind of a AI on the side that is secondary, which you just look at, well, what would the AI have said? And then maybe at some point, maybe it's elevated to a higher point. Cottonstar says, well, AI can be manipulated, but I suppose you could make it a neutral AI, and you could have it agreed on both sides, the defense and the prosecution, that it is neutral, by putting it through their own systems. Anyway, it's just something to consider. If you think about the Casey Anthony case and other cases, O.J. Simpson, it's not a nice thought that cases are decided by juries that may have made a mistake, is it?
Inquire of the state, is the state ready to proceed with openings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will be giving the opening statement?
I will remember.
Very well. Mr. Wood, you may present your opening.
Okay, looks like opening statements, guys. This is Rob Wood.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is there a hand mic so that I may address the jury?
I think we do have one. Might take us a moment to get it over to you.
A hand mic would also help us
And I
to
do have a
hear.
PowerPoint attached.
All right.
I remember in trial, you're not allowed to wear a cap in trial. In court, certainly in this courtroom.
May I proceed your phone? Yes, it's for the HDMI. May I proceed your?
Good point, Eric.
Two dead children buried in the defendant Chad Daybell's backyard in September of 2019. The next month, his wife is found dead in their marital bed. 17 days after the death of his wife, Tammy Daybell, this defendant is photographed laughing and dancing on a beach in Hawaii at his wedding to Lori Vallow, a woman who was his mistress and the mother of the children buried in the graves on his property. 3 dead bodies. This defendant believed he had a right beyond the ordinary. When he had a chance at what he considered his rightful destiny, he made sure that no person or no law would stand in his way. His desire for sex, money, and power led him to pursue those ambitions. And this pursuit led to the deaths of his wife and Lori's 2 innocent children. Chad Daybell is an author who wrote books about the apocalypse. During this trial, you will hear a story more troubling. And the story is real. Chapter 1. The defendant was a seemingly ordinary man. You'll see that he craved significance. He worked in journalism, and he worked as a sexton in a graveyard. He married his wife Tammy in 1990 after meeting at Brigham Young University, and they settled in Utah. As a full-time homemaker and mother, Tammy's love for her family was boundless. Together, Tammy and the defendant started a small publishing company, which Tammy supported in many ways. They had 5 children together. They moved to Idaho, where Tammy became a beloved school librarian. She was devoted to service, her community, and her faith. But for this defendant, that ordinary existence was not enough. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. Your Honor, this mic just,
Sorry, Mr. Wood. Let's see if we get a replacement mic.
I think it's, I got it working now.
Okay,
I noticed that the PowerPoint is not up.
yeah, look, I think your mic's off. Yeah,
Okay, I didn't turn it off this time, so
you might have a bad battery.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Mic not working, PowerPoint stopping. It's been given another mic.
Do you want to phone the screen as well?
This is the reality
Your Honor,
of
it's up on the
courtrooms,
screen, and I can't
people.
plug in the HDMI. I'm not sure why it's not transferred. I don't know if there's any.
I often think that, you know, lawyers could do well to learn from
Help to maybe see if we can get
TV
some
reporters and so on, because it's the same thing. You're telling a story. Make sure, and I'm certainly not saying I'm the best at production value. Lord knows I'm not, but certainly in a courtroom situation where you also paid quite a lot of money, you know, make sure that everything works.
Sorry.
Do a
Can I proceed?
Yeah, but I'm still not sure on the mic. Is that mic?
do a
Check.
Okay, thanks.
practice run.
Apologies
You know
for
what I
the
mean?
interruption, writing down.
The court should do a practice run. The lawyer
Chapter
should do a
2.
practice run anyway.
Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. She was married to her 4th husband, Charles Vallow, and she was the mother to Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. Tylee was a normal, vibrant teenage girl. She loved her friends. You'll hear that she loved her Jeep. She loved Chipotle. She loved her little brother, JJ. JJ was a 7-year-old boy on the autism spectrum. He required extensive special care and needs. He loved his sister. You'll hear about a pivotal date that set in motion the deaths of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ. October 26, 2018. That was a day when Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met at a religious conference in St. George, Utah, where they were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At this time, both still married to other spouses. That introduction set in motion the reality you're going to hear about. We know what happened next through the defendant's own words. You'll hear. Though both married, Chad and Lori began to have an affair. You will hear excerpts from the defendant's extended text messages to Lori that reveal his mindset and his motivations. In his thirst for sex, power, and money, Chad created an alternate reality where they called themselves James and Elena, names that Chad claimed were from past lives they had put together. The defendant's text messages reveal their story of lust and their plan for a future together.
Yeah.
Chad Daybell wrote that upon meeting Lori Vallow, he experienced a happiness unmatched by anything else in his 50 years. He was captivated by her appearance, so much so, he said she was out of his league. You will hear evidence in his own words, how he was taken by her beauty and spoke about their sexual encounters on many occasions.
Yeah. That's going to be quite damning.
More than anything else, Chad's obsession with Lori was rooted in her adoration for him. She was the mirror reflecting the grandeur he saw in himself. He called her an exalted goddess. He told her in writing that she had returned to earth to perform a special mission. Part of that mission included being with him. They soon came together and turned their dreams into a plan for the future. One free from what they called obstacles, and those obstacles were Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. Chapter 3. You'll hear that in the world that Chad and Lori planned for themselves, they identified those who stood in the way of their dream as dark. Their spouses, Lori's own children, and any who oppose them were labeled sometimes as dark spirits or even zombies. This was more than an alleged belief of frightening labor. The evidence will show that it was a convenient narrative that dehumanized people who stood in their way and were labeled as obstacles. This narrative gave them the pretext to remove people from this world for their own good. Chad and Lori preached that only through spiritual intervention, what they sometimes called casting, sometimes through burning, or even through death, that these dark spirits be cleansed. Enter Alex Cox, Lori's devoted brother. Chad and Lori manipulated Alex with promises of spiritual rewards. They wielded their influence over Alex, drawing him into their plotting and planning of their own future. After the deaths of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, Chad Daybell gave Alex a blessing. This blessing was reported by Lori, who was present. And in that blessing, he said to Alex, "You have earned the privilege to be a member of their exclusive religious group." And he also said to him, "You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid." But you will also see other text messages. Chad and Lori discussed more earthly concerns, that Alex could be the one to implicate them. Alex knew this as well. Shortly before he died, on December 12th, 2019, he told his wife, Zorana Pastenis, who you will hear from, he was afraid he was going to be Chad and Lori's fall guy. Chapter 4. Once their calculated plan was devised, it only took months to execute and remove perceived obstacles in Chad Daybell's path to a new life. Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, who was labeled as dark by the defendant, was shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. Lori stood to gain $1 million, money that could fund Chad and Lori's future. Yet following Charles's death, Lori Vallow awaited a $1 million life insurance payout that never came, only to learn that the beneficiary was no longer her.
Must have been a
Upon
shock.
learning she would not receive that insurance money, Lori would text Chad, "I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS, meaning Social Security." Chad replied to her in a text that read, "It will be interesting to see if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest." Tylee Ryan, also branded dark and a zombie, was last seen on September 8, 2019. Subsequent investigations revealed the horrifying truth. Her remains, charred and dismembered, were found in a grave on Chad Daybell's property. Without Charles's $1 million in insurance money to support them, Lori Vallow continued to illegally receive Tylee's Social Security benefits, provided after the death of Tylee's biological father, who had been Lori's third husband. According to this defendant, JJ Vallow, Lori's son, was also possessed. After he was labeled as a dark entity, his fate was no less tragic than his sister's. His young life was also planned. Later, his bound body was discovered buried in Chad's backyard, his death by suffocation. Yet while JJ was missing, Lori continued to illegally receive JJ's Social Security benefit, money provided by Charles Vallow's dad. Tammy Daybell, a vivacious, healthy mother, was another individual Lori's husband, a dark spirit, who was labeled as dark by the defendant. On October 9th, was shot and killed by Alex Cox. She was reported being shot at night near her home by a man covered in black. She thought it was a paintball gun. On October 19th, 10 days later, She died in her own home with her husband present. This was soon after an increase in the value of her life insurance to more than $400,000. This defendant rapidly cashed in that life insurance and began looking for condos in Hawaii with Lori. You'll see the rental application he submitted for a couple with no kids. Medical examiners would later determine that the only reasonable explanation for Tammy's death was not of natural causes, but rather a homicide. In fact, you will hear from multiple witnesses that Chad predicted multiple times that Tammy would die of an early death.
Yeah.
Chapter 5. 17 days after his wife's death, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow got married and celebrated on a beach in Hawaii, symbolizing what he called their eternal union. Chad and Lori were preparing their wedding well before Tammy's death. Lori was shopping for wedding rings while Tammy was still alive. Now, without the earthly obstacles of spouses and young children, and with Tammy's insurance policy and the children's social security funds, they could live the life that Chad and Lori wanted. Nothing was going to stand in their way. Chapter 6. Unfortunately for this defendant, reality soon shattered their bliss. Two things led law enforcement to his and Lori's door. On October 2nd, 2019, Lori Vallow's nephew-in-law, a man named Brandon Boudreaux, was shot at in Arizona by someone from what he believed was Tyler's Jeep. Law enforcement in Arizona investigating Brandon's shooting contacted law enforcement in Fremont County, Idaho, to look for Alex Cox and for Tyler's Jeep. And you'll hear that Jeep was later found in Rexford, Idaho, in Madison County. Meanwhile, J.J. Vallow's grandmother, concerned that she hadn't seen or heard from him in months, asked police for help. The police followed up and located Lori in Rexford, Idaho, where the police did a welfare check at Lori's apartment. Law enforcement arrived at Lori's door on November 26, 2019. When asked about Lori, Chad first told law enforcement he didn't know her very well, despite the fact that they were married and had been in a relationship for over a year. Lies by Lori to police about JJ and Tylee's whereabouts, and then a move to Hawaii, and Lori's unwillingness to present her children to law enforcement to prove their well-being led to her arrest and extradition. As Lori refused to produce her children, law enforcement continued their search for Tylee and JJ. During that search, they located a unique text message this defendant, Chad Daybell, had sent to his wife Tammy on September 9, 2019, which was the day after Tylee Bryant's last known appearance.
The raccoon text.
You'll hear from the FBI agent who found that message. But this message seemed longer than his usual text to Tammy, and it had a more conversational tone. In that text, Chad claimed he'd had an interesting morning, that he'd shot a raccoon, that he'd buried it in what they called the pet cemetery, and that he'd had a fire on the property where he burned some wood debris. When law enforcement finally went to the defendant's property the following June, they didn't find a raccoon. They found Tylee's burnt remains were buried in the pet cemetery. And they found JJ nearby, buried under a tree near a pond. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been told this would be a lengthy trial. You will hear from many witnesses. You will hear a lot of evidence. You're going to hear a lot of dates. The following is just a timeline of major events to help understand when these things took place.
I can't read it, can you?
October 26, 2018, Chad and Lori meet in St. George,
It's
Utah.
frustrating, isn't it?
July 11, 2019, Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, shot and killed by Alex Cox. Between August 31st and September 1st, Lori, Alex Cox, and Tyler and JJ moved to Rexburg, Idaho, just a few miles south of the defendant's home. Tyler's last known sighting was September 8, 2019. The text I just spoke of about the raccoon was sent by the defendant to his wife September 9, 2019. JJ's last known sighting you'll hear about September 22nd. The attempted homicide of Brandon Boudreaux in Arizona was October 2nd. The shooting I mentioned of Tammy, the shooting at her, the unsuccessful shooting, October 9th, 2019. Tammy's death, October 19th, 2019. 17 days later, Chad and Lori married in Hawaii. Law enforcement did a welfare check looking for JJ November 26, 2019 in Rexburg, Idaho. November 26th and 27th, Chad and Lori leave town. June 9th, 2020, Tylee and JJ's remains are found on Chad's property. As I said, you're going to hear a lot of evidence from a lot of witnesses. And there's going to be kind of different groups of evidence you're going to hear from. You'll hear from law enforcement, some of whom will give you a broad overview of the investigation and what they did, how the search for Tylee and JJ drew to a basic murder. You'll hear how it began by people who knew Lori and Chad, the James and Elena. You'll hear about the James and Elena story and about their relationship with each other and how they pursued their dream, their plan for a life together. You'll hear in the defendant's own words, people referred to as obstacles, how they need to be gotten rid of. You're going to hear financial evidence. You'll hear from an FBI forensic accountant and a detective, a Social Security administrative investigator who will talk about the finances involved in this case. You'll hear more from law enforcement, from multiple law enforcement agencies, the Rexburg Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, Social Security Administration, about the investigation into these crimes. You will see forensic evidence. You'll see DNA testing to identify the body of Tylee. You'll see DNA testing that showed DNA from Tylee was found on at least 2 tools in the defendant's shed. You'll hear digital evidence dealing with geolocation data tied to certain phones that were used in this case. You'll hear from Hawaii law enforcement about searches they performed in Hawaii on the defendant and his wife. And finally, you will hear many of this defendant's own words. You will hear voice recordings of this defendant. You'll hear, recorded phone calls between him and his wife, Lori Daybell. You'll read multiple texts that he and Lori sent back. Another text. Chapter 9, what's unwritten. The defendant stands before you today, charged with multiple crimes. First-degree murder for the death of Tammy Daybell. First-degree murder for the death of Tylee Ryan. First-degree murder for the death of JJ Ballo. Conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception, the death of Tylee Ryan. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception for the death of JJ Ballo, and insurance fraud. Two dead children buried in this defendant's backyard. The next month, his wife dead in their bed. 17 days later, this defendant marries.
That's how he
Lori
started
Daybell.
his argument. That says ending it.
Members of the jury days or probably weeks from now, when the evidence in this trial is fully unfolded, we will have the opportunity to speak with you again. And at that time, we will ask you to end this horrible narrative. Your verdict will be the link that writes the final chapter of this tragic saga. A chapter that delivers justice for Tammy, justice for JJ, and justice for Tyler. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That will conclude the opening statement of the state. Mr. Pryor, a couple of questions. First, is the defense going to give an opening statement now or defer until later? And second, if you are going to give an opening statement, would you prefer we take a mid-morning recess or go forward?
Judge, could we take a short recess? I have a.
Okay, I think this is a good time then for our mid-morning.
I think
break.
that's
We'll go
very
ahead and take that
unfair.
now.
I think that's very
And then
unfair
that's concluded.
because he's
Prior to
he's-
conclude. So thank
he's
you.
just heard the state's
All rise.
he's just heard the state's opening argument, and he can now decide, because he's got a little bit of a break, he can now decide to basically respond or to deal with certain things. I really don't think that that's right. He should be put on the spot to give the opening statement that he prepared. Now he's basically got a chance to respond to an opening statement, to challenge that opening statement, to undermine the opening statement. I just think that from the judge's perspective, that's the wrong call. Frick can just leave the mid-morning break for another half hour or something like that. So I don't know, I just totally disagree with that. I just think you're not thinking about it from the perspective of what you're giving to the lawyer. Anyway, Emily says we get to watch Nick write his next true crime novel. Not likely. Actually I probably got at least 10 covers for books that I meant to write and then just didn't after I reached the 100 book milestone. No, it's unfair to the prosecution, not unfair to the defense. It's unfair to the prosecution. It's giving the defense more time to prepare, to fine-tune their opening statement in terms of the opening statement of the prosecution. And there's so many ways he can do it. He can say, well, I think he went on a little bit too long. I noticed the jury getting a little, so I'll make mine slightly shorter, I'll make mine slightly longer, whatever it is. I don't know. So I just totally disagree with that. Also, it's like the trial has just started. Do people really need a break? Do you really need to go and drink a cup of coffee? It's I don't know. How long have we been here? It's been 1 hour. 1 hour. I think it's really silly. Couple of points that I made. So I took some notes. So I really liked the reference to alternate reality. When I was researching this case, when I thought of writing a book about the case, I thought, well, to really do my duty, I need to read Chad's books. And to be honest, I just couldn't read them. I would read I did read, I think, some blogs that he wrote where he talks about, I think he jumped off a cliff into some water and had like a near-death experience, and that's when he had an encounter with God. Someone told me that both the Chad and Laurie Daybell, both them and Ruby Franke took inspiration from another author, Pontius. I can't quite think of the name now. I'll let you guys know, but basically the same kind of thing. You have some kind of experience with God, which makes you a God in and of yourself, but basically raises you above all other human beings. And now suddenly you've got incredible agency, And of course, you give yourself tremendous power, and people think you have tremendous power, but just because you've said you'd had that experience, is that ever proved? You can tell it in a story, but is it ever proved? What I really liked about what Rob Wood said about alternate reality is he talks about Chad kind of turning the story of himself and Laurie into kind of a fairy tale where calls himself James, he calls Laurie Elaine, and they kind of have this fictional life, but in the storybooks, which Laurie really likes to read because it's kind of about her. He talks about it being a story of lust, but the point is that Chad writes a story for himself and Laurie where he creates this alternative reality. How hard is it then to create another alternative reality? And I mean, I've kind of done something similar. I've had a similar situation where I wrote a fictional book, and someone that I had a relationship with started referring to me and herself within the names of the characters in the fictional book that I wrote, right? And it is quite cute, it is quite sexy, it is quite fun. But make no mistake, you're creating an alternate reality that is absolutely fictional, but it is quite exciting. Thinking in these fictional ways about yourself, thinking in these fictional ways about someone else, but obviously inflating them. And so, how hard is it to take that alternate reality idea and put it within kind of a religious thing, and then the world's your oyster, and where do you? It's like no holds barred. Where do you stop with that whole thing? And so, while he was captivated by her appearance, and I mean, not only is it true to say, Chad, she's totally out of your league, he knew that, which is why it was so flattering for him and exciting for him and all that kind of thing. And that kind of made him think and feel that he had more agency than he really had. And that's the thing that I think addled his brain. In the same way that he was captivated by her appearance, she was captivated by the way he was thinking about her in a way that made her feel sexy and beautiful and powerful and interesting, whereas her real life was actually none of those things. And so I thought it was very well expressed, and some of you talked about it here, that she was a mirror to him. They were kind of mirrors of one another, but they were sort of reflecting a false light. It's like, you get mirrors in theme parks that make you look thinner than you really are, right? Basically make you seem more attractive than you really are. Some people can do that, and then you feel really good around those people, but you're being manipulated. And so, yeah, you have two people that are mirroring one another, but they're both doing it in a way that creates an alternate reality that becomes really powerful, but it ends up also becoming really dangerous. So where if you are JJ, if you're that little boy, you're 7 years old, suddenly your mother's not your mother anymore. Suddenly she's something else in someone else's story. And the more that she sort of lives herself into that idea, the more that she gives herself over to that spirit, essentially, the more she's not becoming his mother. I mean, and the reality is she is his mother. And I mean, he was adopted, but the reality is she is his mother. She's in a situation where she's the parent, and they're living in a family situation. Suddenly, she now is imagining fiction as reality. She's imagining that she really is a god or a goddess. I think it starts off as ha ha ha, cute idea, and then it becomes more and more compelling. And we all are susceptible to fairy tales. All of us have been with someone out of our league, and for a short while thought, wow, maybe something is happening here. What else did I write down? I thought the opening was fantastic, very well done. Two dead children on his property. that's the perfect opening. Not a very easy way to wiggle out of that if you're trying to defend it. Opening 2 dead children, wife dead in their bed. That's what he opened with. That's what he closed with. You know, even if you a magician as a defense lawyer and you can pull rabbits out of hats, that's going to be a hard thing to deal with. It's not one dead child. It's not one grave that maybe you were framed, or you framed twice, and then your wife died in your bed as well, and then 17 days later you're laughing on a beach. I mean, that all of that just is true, and it rings so false, doesn't it? Something that I agree with, but I think it's a little bit of a simplification, is Rob Wood saying that this case is all about sex, money, and power. It is about sex, money, and power, but it's within it's also within a religious theme, and that's where it gets very difficult to touch on those things without alienating people. So it's actually not just sex, money, and power. It's sex, money, power, and religion, right? And I can understand a lawyer wanting to steer clear of that. I wouldn't be surprised if the argument from John Pryor is that Laurie is either Laurie or Alex, or Laurie and Alex, but basically that Laurie was the devil in this equation. She manipulated Chad. Chad did do whatever he did, but I'm just suggesting this is a defense, but he was totally, that Laurie had this incredible power over him, and he was basically misled and seduced by him, and almost that she's like this devil. And, you know, he was this good guy, and she took him away from his wife, and she whatever. And I think that argument might resonate with maybe one juror, maybe 1 or 2 jurors. I think that's their best chance. Do I believe that that's what really happened? No. I think Chad knew what he was doing, but I think also he was caught up by, you know, love and lust. I just want to also, just so that we're on the right page here, this trial, this perpetrator, this is as serious as Chris Watts, if not much worse. In the Chris Watts case, you had the murder of a wife who was pregnant, and then you had the murder of 2 children, right? And we can all agree how heinous that is. Here, you have the murder of 2 spouses, 2 children. That's now the same body count as the Chris Watts case. Plus, you had an attempted murder on somebody else. Plus, you had somebody else roped in to do all the dirty work, Alex Cox. So, if you thought the Chris Watts case was shocking and heinous and awful, this is actually a lot worse, because it's I don't know. And I don't think you can say, well, it's just crazy, and dismiss it like that. I think when you really focus on one murder at a time and what is going on at the time, and that why is all of this horrible, why are all of these horrible things going on? Well, because I want to have sex with this person, because I feel good when I'm with this person. And from our perspective, that is a horrible reason to be doing what you're doing. What a horrible and naive and kind of narcissistic reason to be doing what you're doing. And of course, against the background of not having any money, not really having any power, and certainly from Chad's perspective, having I would guess not satisfactory. You know, he's as happens in many marriages, the fire goes from whatever to burning coals, and Laurie represented this great sexual spark, which Chad wanted to feel. What I've also written about here is that Chad is actually a storyteller. Like, if you want to think about his identity, who is Chad? He is a storyteller. And I'm also a storyteller. I've written a lot of books as well. But I think you kind of get two kinds of storytellers. There are more, but you basically get two kinds of storytellers. You get a storyteller who tells the truth, and it's not like they, how can I put it? Telling the truth is actually quite hard because you do all the same amount of work as everyone else, if not more work, and you don't really get rewarded for it because a lot of people don't want to hear the truth, or the truth may not be terribly exciting, or something like that. Whereas if you're a bullshitter, you can do half the amount of research and it's twice as exciting, and you get triple the reward, right? So you basically get two kinds of storytellers: someone who is the real deal, right? And then the bullshitter. And when we did the live yesterday, do you remember we played that little piece where Chad called the funeral home and how easily he lied? He said his name was Daybell, spelled Dabal. He just lied very easily. He said, I can't remember my phone number. He said, it's my uncle that has died. And I think he said his name was John Daybell. And that's how quickly and easily he was able to bullshit. It seemed like second nature. So when you dealing with Chad's identity, is a simple dude. He was a grave digger, very simple fellow. And then he finds the second life in an alternate reality as a storyteller, where basically things suddenly become worlds of possibility. And as I say, when you have gone to his property in Salem, like when you drive there and you stand there and you sort of realize, wow, it's kind of just this sort of dusty, not insignificant, unremarkable place, and you can feel that someone who would live here would be yearning for a sense of significance, yearning for a sense of, and all of us have that in a way. All of us may feel we want more out of our lives, we want the most out of our lives. But if you're a storyteller, how are you going to get there? By telling the truth, by saying, you know what, I'm not terribly happy in my marriage, and God has been good. Is that going to get you anywhere? Or by being a bullshitter and cheating your way out of it? And isn't that what Chad tried to do? And so if you're a bullshitter, what are you? You're a liar. And I often say all liars are murderers. All murderers are liars, right? All murderers, without exception, all murderers are liars, but not all liars are murderers. So be careful if you start telling lies, and be careful if you start telling more and more lies, because when you start becoming economical with reality, when you start making up your own reality, then your reality becomes dispensable, and so do the people in that reality. And so isn't that what happened here? Laurie and Chad became very good at lying to one another, but in a way that made them feel good. You might say lying's the wrong word. You might say it's world building, but it's basically distorting reality in a way that made them feel good. And you might say, wow, what idiots, what a stupid thing that was going on. And look at what happened. Look at what a dangerous road that is, and look at what a devastating impact that had. That same thing applies to us. If you lose track with reality, if I lose track with reality, if I start picking up on distorted realities on my phone, in the news, from what friends say, if you do that, you may end up heading to catastrophe yourself. So it's very important to be able to tell the difference between what's real and what's not, even in a non sort of religious sense, just like what is going on in your life kind of thing. And so Laurie was with a bullshitter, right? In terms of this person who wasn't telling the truth in his books. I mean, his books are regarded as fiction. And of course, from Chad's side, do you think Laurie is a truthful person? So you've got two bullshitters together who are really making one another feel great about themselves and the world. but then it started to become increasingly at everyone else's expense. In order to keep the sort of warm cocoon going, we're going to need to burn a few matches, and those matches being other people's lives. We're going to need to finance this warm and fuzzy cocoon. That's literally what it is. Something else that I can't help thinking is, what do you think of models, beauty queens, being so someone who, beauty queens, and I don't mean this in a nasty way, but one could say that beauty queens who are fixated on beauty are very aware of the superficial, right? It's like, how do I look? How do I sound? How do I appear? Here I am on stage. I'm a beauty queen. That's what I do, right? It's all about appearances. And so, is it any surprise that you have this relationship between beauty queens and religious beauty queens? Think about Patsy Ramsey. She's this beauty queen. It's sort of like this whole idea of what do you call it? It's kind of a good old-fashioned values, right? And there's nothing wrong with good old-fashioned values, but let's face it, the beauty queen side, and I mean, I was someone who, when I was a young guy, for a period of time, I only wanted to go out with models. So it's okay to go through a superficial stage. It's not okay if you, I think, superficial in your entire life, or you remain superficial your entire life. I don't think it's also appropriate for a beautiful woman to make her whole life about her beauty. Isn't there more to you? And also, do you only want to be loved because you're beautiful? What about who I am, right? But anyway, the point being, the whole beauty queen thing is very superficial. But then if you say, I'm a Christian, and you say that on stage as a beauty queen, aren't you also making a very quick case, I'm good, I'm honest, I'm, in terms of the other beauty queens, I'm the shiniest one on the stage? I'm just saying, isn't there a relationship between that, the superficial beauty queen, and the superficial thing of faith, where you say things that you apparently believe, you say things that you apparently stand for, and it all sounds good, but it's not true. You could say that the beauty queen itself, that beauty isn't really real. You could say that what they believe, or say they believe, isn't really real either. And I use Patsy Ramsey as an example, but another example is Laurie Vella. Laurie Vella was a beauty queen. And so what I'm trying to say is does that superficiality, when you bring in religion, does that superficiality, can it be quite dangerous, where a superficial person, given religious power, aren't they going to abuse it? Isn't that what happened here? I just think it's quite interesting, especially if you compare Patsy and Laurie, and then what they both believe. Let's have a look at some of your comments. So I do think it's an interesting question. Did Chad believe what he said? Did Laurie believe what she said? I don't think the answer is no. I think the answer is they did until they didn't. So, and how I would explain that is, if they've got guilty knowledge, so you might in a real way say that Chad genuinely believed that this one was a zombie. He genuinely believed, he had a vision that one was, and he acted on that, and then at some point realized, oh wow, how did that happen, right? But if you're hiding that away, so if you're buying a burner phone, if you're hiding the fact of where someone is, then you've got guilty knowledge. Then what you're doing is bullshit, right? So I don't doubt that at some point there may have been a sincere feeling, but at a certain point it crossed the line from I genuinely believe this to I'm now taking charge of things. I want that person dead. I'm gonna actually use this religious thing to make that happen. So I think it's a combination that the religious stuff is definitely there, and it's definitely altering someone's reality. But then there's a certain point where that reality recedes and the criminal psychology takes over. Let's have a look at your comments. That's a nice sentiment. It's a nice sentiment. Was Laurie truly beautiful? Like, is a mother who wants her children dead and wants you to bury them, is that a beautiful person? This is what I really don't understand. Let's say you love someone, and then you find out that they actually have a partner, and then they say, "No, don't worry, I murdered them. I'm now available." Would you still love them? Would you love a murderer? You might say, "Well, it's so romantic that you killed someone because you love me so much." I wouldn't think of it that way. I'd think, well, if you can kill them, you could kill me, right? So also it works the other way, and this is just how I would think. If you were Chris Watts or Laurie Vella or Chad Daybell, and you thought, I really want to be with this person, but in order to be with them, I am going to need to murder someone, and then we're going to live happily ever after. Now it's become whoever I am now a murderer. Am I worth being loved? That's who I really am. And you're only gonna follow through with that kind of, sorry to say, fucked up psychology if you're such a bullshitter that you can even bullshit yourself. Even though I'm a murderer, I'm worth loving. Timmy, come here. I think Timmy's locked behind the door. The door kind of swung closed. Let me just get him quickly. Zircon says, I don't think Chad is a defense. Well, let's wait and hear what it is. That's what I'm talking about. So, Chelsea, the thing that I'm getting at is it's this idea that if I say that I had an experience with God, then all the doors should be open to me. All people who believe in God should suddenly treat me totally differently because God has showed favor towards me. The problem here is, can you prove that that has happened? Because I think it's a very good argument. God wants to come back to the world, but he first wants to sort of prepare it. So he needs like a Jesus figure. So I'm going to be, God has chosen me to be that. If it's true, then you really should pay attention. But how do you know if it's true? And so that idea, I think, has been used by a lot of people. Jazzy Boop says, I want to write a book. Are you sure? I don't think you do. Writing books are hard work, hard, miserable work. You get very little for it. Marcella says, if you look at Laurie's relationship, she was quick to captivate and even quicker to dump. I mean, I think that just shows, to me, it shows what a superficial person Laurie is that she had 5 marriages. I haven't been married once because, like, I sort of feel like marriage is a really serious, important relationship. And I just haven't felt like I've been in a serious enough relationship to warrant that. Imagine being married 5 times. I can't. That's well said. Well said. Well said. Okay, give me a second. I've just got to an idea my dog is in a little bit of trouble. Just hold on. Oh, shame. Come. Shame, my poor dog was in the room right next to me. A very strange door. It sort of tends to close itself, even if there's no wind. And I actually thought he was in my bedroom. He might have been in my bedroom, but he was actually in the bathroom, and he's been in the bathroom for about the past half hour. Sorry. Sorry, Tammy. Hey, that couldn't have been fun. Poor dog. Anyway, he's now okay. I feel terrible. Hey. So I actually had the downstairs door open, and so I thought, because I know he was barking outside, so I actually thought that's where he's been all this time. I did hear scraping next to the door, especially towards the end. So anyway, my bad. Okay, so we're about to hear the opening statements from John Pryor. Let's see if we can identify any areas where he may be responding to what Rob Wood said. Is Chad wearing a white shirt, or is it slightly beige? Wish they would zoom in a little bit in terms of this coverage anyway. Hopefully it'll be louder now.
Pryor versus Chad Daybell. This is the time we'll next have opening statements by the defense. Mr. Pryor, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, may I have the post permission to enter the well?
You may.
Thank you.
And maybe check that microphone and make sure it is working. Okay?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As an introduction, I'm John Pryor. I'm the defense attorney for Mr. Daybell. And I'm from Meridian, Idaho. I'm an attorney from Meridian, Idaho, over here on the west side of the state. I want to talk to you a little bit today, and at my age, video presentations are not something that would come easy to me. So I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about my view of the case and the facts and evidence. And what's important are facts and evidence. I think that when we went through the jury selection process, we talked about facts and we talked about evidence. And the judge gave you an instruction to talk to you a little bit about you take into consideration the facts of this case and not be distracted by other things. Don't be distracted by speculation. Don't be distracted by guesses or assumptions or hunches. It all comes down to facts and evidence. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the facts and evidence of this case. Chad Daybell, and I'm learning this, and I've had some time to learn about this because it didn't come natural to me. But Chad Daybell went on what's called a mission early on in his life. And I guess what a mission is, I'm not familiar with that, but I guess what a mission is they go away to a location and they talk to people about their religious beliefs. And Chad's faith, that was important as part of his faith. And when they return from these missions, they start the process of moving on with their lives. And when Chad got back from doing his mission in New Jersey, he met Tammy Daybell. Another fact that I discovered, and you'll hear a little bit about, is that Chad had an extended engagement, had an extended by his faith standards romance before they got married. Chad and Tammy dated for approximately 6 months. And what I understand is by their nature, 6 months is an extended dating process before you end up getting married. So after 6 months, they got married. They were married in Utah and proceeded then to have children. They have 5 children, now all 5 adult children. At some point, they moved back here to Idaho, or moved to Idaho, and they started a small publishing company. And you'll hear testimony that the publishing company was predominantly run by Tammy. Tammy managed it. Tammy was the brains behind the company. And Tammy basically took the reins and did everything that was necessary to move this publishing company. It was a small publishing company, a very small publishing company. And what they did is basically publish books. Chad would write these books. And he would write these books about his religious experiences. In his faith, he had certain beliefs, faith that he practiced. You know, when he went on his mission, when he, read his interpretation of the books that he used for his faith, he started writing books about things that were consistent with his faith. Things like premonitions. We've all heard of premonitions, about being able to predict things, about being able to see maybe when things happen. And some people believe in that, some people don't. Some people have personally experienced that, or I've been here before. But he writes about his premonitions. He writes about good and evil, and what it means to be good, what it means to be evil. He writes about dark and light. He writes about subjects that are a little darker, like death, and maybe the coming of the end of things, and when his Savior in his mind is going to come back, and maybe there'll be some kind of a redemption of some sort. But his books covered a lot of subjects like that, and they were all based on fiction.
Yeah.
In other words, he was writing these books about theories and things that came into his head, and he would write these stories. But he also wrote children's books, and he wrote books for teenagers, and he wrote these books about adventures and then some crazy ideas about things that kids and teenagers get involved in. In about October of 2018, Chad was going out and he was invited by one of the witnesses that you'll hear in this case to speak about his books. And this was not uncommon. He would travel and he would be asked to say, well, come and talk about some of the things that you believe in. You've talked about these premonitions, some life experiences. You're going to hear testimony about that. And he was invited on one particular occasion in late October. And he attended this, and while he was there trying to sell his books, and like most of us who are business people, the focus of these meetings really was for Chad to try to get his books published, because that's how he made a living. And he was there in one of his booths trying to promote his books, and he laid them out there. And this beautifully stunning woman named Lori Vallow comes up. And she starts giving him a lot of attention. And she pursued him. And she encouraged him. And you'll hear testimony that she went so far as to grab behind the booth and sort of help him in trying to sell some of his books. She obviously had an interest, and maybe she felt that he was this publisher, or maybe she had an opinion. You'll hear testimony about that. And then after the seminar, there was a length of time where there was no contact between the two of them. A month and a half, 2 months. And during that time, Chad Daybell went on his day-to-day life. He'd been married to Tammy for some 29 years, has no remarkable background of any kind. I think the testimony we'll offer will show I think he had a speeding ticket in 2005.
I thought it's going to talk
Lori
about
Vallow
facts
was
and
a different
evidence,
story.
like related to this case.
Lori Vallow was someone who, right out of high school, married her first husband. You'll hear testimony about this. That marriage was very short-lived, very short-lived.
Seems to be
Married
throwing
husband
Lori
number
under the
2
bus
a few
here.
years later. And again, very short-lived marriage. And there's some testimony indication.
Lori
that
is the man
there's some
eater.
problems with the marriage that caused the breakup. But the concern seems to be, the theme seems to be that Lori's brother Alex, and you're going to hear about Alex Cox. Alex Cox was Lori's protector. Alex Cox would do anything and everything to protect, aid, and assist Lori Vallow in whatever her endeavors, without unbridled question, anything. And if Alex Cox even perceived that there was a problem, Alex Cox reacted. You're going to hear testimony that in 2007, I believe it was in August of 2007, Lori Vallow had finished up going through her third marriage with Joseph Ryan. It was a tumultuous, you'll hear testimony that it was a tumultuous marriage, a terrible marriage. And Lori Vallow made accusations against Joseph Ryan of abusing.
But
her
let's hear
child
about
highly.
her marriage with Chad.
Yes, the same time. And during one of the visits of 2007, folks, and I want to tell you, you're going to hear testimony that in 2007,
Well said.
Chad Daybell didn't even know Lori Vallow existed. But Alex
Also well
Cox,
said.
after one of the exchanges and the visitations with Tylee, Alex Cox approached Joseph Ryan and shot him with a taser and assaulted him.
It's like a
Was eventually
precursor
charged
to what he
by
did to
William
Charles,
Simmons,
right?
Was eventually put in jail and had this on his record.
Hmm.
And there was representation, the facts would suggest that at the time Joseph Ryan feared for his life. This was a serious situation. But it set the pattern for what we're dealing with Alex Cox. Whenever there was a problem or a threat to Lori Vallow, you'll hear testimony that Alex Cox came to the rescue. But Alex Cox would run without even question and do whatever was necessary to solve Lori Vallow's problems. We're going to fast forward then to 2019. Lori Vallow is still married to Charles Vallow. And the prosecuting attorney mentioned this, yes. Chad Daybell at that point, coming in January, February, started to have communications with Lori Vallow.
I thought he was going to
Yes,
say with
folks, it turned
God.
into an
Okay.
inappropriate relationship. 2019 forward. And yes, he was engaging in discussions. He was engaging in contact with her, all of the things that
Contact, okay.
the prosecutor talked about in terms of a relationship.
Like, yeah.
But subsequent to the seriousness of this relationship getting rolling, Alex Cox was at a visitation in 2019 with Charles Vallow. And Lori Vallow was there. Tylee Ryan was there. JJ was there. They were all present. And during that altercation and that supposed visit, much like with Joseph Ryan, Alex Cox took out a gun and shot Charles Vallow. And then after calling 911, he then finished the job and walked up to him at close range, and finished him off. Now, you're going to hear testimony that in some way Chad Daybell was implicated in that, and you're going to hear further testimony that he was not. You're going to hear testimony and see documentation that suggests that the prosecuting attorney on review of this indicated that there is no likelihood of conviction of Chad Daybell. You'll hear testimony that Chad Daybell had nothing to do with the execution by Alex Cox, Charles Vallow. And the same for Brandon Boudreaux. You will hear that Chad Daybell is not being pursued for any involvement in the Brandon Boudreaux attempted murder. Those occurred, and those are separate, as well as the Charles Vallow. So what we have is we have a situation where someone who's 29 years old, Chad Daybell, 29 years of marriage with Tammy Daybell, no discernible issues in his life. And then Lori Vallow comes into the picture, Miss Texas, with her testimony about this beautiful, vivacious woman, very sexual person, and very manipulative. And she knows how to get what she wants. And she drew Chad Daybell into a relationship, and an unfortunate relationship, that Chad fell into. After that, things started rolling, and issues started happening, but eventually, yes, there was a murder, and there was a burial. And you've heard discussion about the backyard of Chad Daybell. Well, we have a 4.5 acre farm in Fremont County, Idaho. And you'll hear testimony that the body of J.J. Vallow was discovered behind an irrigation pond and a tree out in the pasture. So technically, yes, maybe the backyard, but more accurately described as the pasture, hidden behind a tree. You're going to hear testimony that also in the middle of this pasture was a raspberry patch, former raspberry patch, that was then turned into a place for them to bury the cats, the dogs, and all of the animals on the farm. Okay? Again, out in the pasture of the field and not.
It's not a pasture.
Testimony about that.
Definitely not a pasture.
You're
Not
going
even
to
a
hear from 4 experts that I'm going to bring forward. And these 4 experts, the first one is going to be Dr. Greg Hampinkian. And Dr. Hampinkian is a bit of a notable local from Boise State University. And Dr. Hampinkian is a DNA expert, considered one of the best DNA experts. He's been involved and has significant work that he's done on both the defense and for the prosecution. He was involved and led the team with Amanda Knox in Italy that got her exonerated because of the DNA evidence. He has substantial experience. And anybody or anyone who knows anything about DNA goes to Dr. Hampinkian first, because he is the guy. And Dr. Hampinkian is going to talk a little bit about the DNA evidence that was found on the scene. Dr. Hampinkian is going to talk about the fingerprint on the plastic that J.J. Vallow was discovered in, was that of Alex Cox. Dr. Hampinkian is going to talk about the hair sample that was found on the plastic of Alex Cox, and that it was Lori Vallow. Dr. Hampinkian is going to talk about several, and I mean several other hairs that were found on the plastic of J.J. Vallow. But he's also going to say that there was no DNA evidence, no hair sample of Chad Daybell on Tylee Ryan or on J.J. Vallow. You're then going to hear from Dr. Raven. Dr. Raven is a forensic pathologist, and she's going to talk a little bit about the circumstances surrounding Tammy Daybell. And what Dr. Raven is going to say is that there's no indication that this is either a homicide or any other crime, and that the only conclusion she can come to is you can't determine what the cause of death was. There's no way to determine it. Tammy Daybell was buried. You'll hear testimony about that.
She died very
And a
conveniently.
short time later, the police officers showed up and they dug her body up after she'd been buried.
She had predicted her death and then she just died.
It
Okay.
continued after the body was pulled out of the ground and continued to examine it for whatever they were looking for. And what you're going to find is, based on that, Dr. Raven's going to say you can't determine what the cause of death is. You're going to hear testimony from the Daybell children, from the children themselves. 4 of the 5 children, I think. 3 or 4 of the 5 children testimony. They're going to talk about their mother's health struggles. They're going to talk about their mother's use of various medicinal treatments that she would use, oils that she would put on her leg, medicine and different herbs that she would take, and that her mother was suffering from, a number of maladies.
Her
And that she
mother.
would refuse to go see a doctor or get it treated.
What was
And
she
Dr.
suffering
Raven's gonna
from?
enlighten you a little bit about some of the circumstances regarding Tammy Daybell.
Thought we're dealing with facts and evidence
You're
here.
then going to hear from Patrick Eller. He's he's a forensic digital data examiner. And Patrick Eller is someone who has spent his life in the military working for various agencies, and we'll talk a little bit about that, within the government to do data retrieval and data research. And he's going to talk a little bit about the phone records that are involved in this case. He's going to specifically talk about the travels of Alex Cox, because you are going to hear testimony that Alex Cox went to Chad Daybell's property on the 9th of September. You're going to hear that Alex Cox approached Chad Daybell's property a half a dozen other, 5 or 6 other times. You're going to hear testimony that Alex Cox was there on the 23rd. And you're going to hear where Alex Cox was in a number
Alex
of other
Cox, Alex
times
Cox,
and
Alex
places,
Cox.
and his whereabouts and his travels for about a 2.5 month period. And Patrick is going to, offer you some information and data to support all of that. And finally, you're going to hear from a forensic anthropologist, and his name's Eric Bartlink. And Mr. Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the nature and the nature of how the remains of Tylee were burned. Eric Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the lack of complete skeletal remains and why, when Tylee was dug down the ground, there was not a complete set of skeletal remains. In fact, there were a number of pieces of that were missing. You're going to hear a lot of evidence, and the judge has talked to us a little bit about not making a decision until you hear all of the evidence. And there's a specific jury instruction that talks about that. The jury instruction is, consider all the evidence. Listen to the instructions from the court on how you're to proceed. Listen to the arguments of the prosecuting attorney and the defense. And then and only then do you make your decision. And at the conclusion of all that evidence, and at the conclusion of the judge's instructions, the arguments of both of the defense attorneys, I'm going to ask you folks to return the verdict not guilty. Thank you, folks. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so how much do we give Rob Wood
All right, that concludes.
versus
the
how
opening
much do we give
statement
John
of the
Pryor?
defense. Then, this time we will commence with presenting evidence. I understand the state does have a first witness to call. Is the state ready and prepared to do that?
Your Honor, the state is prepared. We had spoken with the clerk earlier. We thought we were going to have a brief sidebar.
Okay, let's discuss our schedule and put there inside. Sure.
Who would you say gave the better opening statement? And I mean, try and forget about which side you're on or who you agree with, just in terms of, from a neutral perspective, who conveyed a better message. I find it always interesting that, I mean, in the Caitlin Armstrong case as well, you had the prosecutor using the PowerPoint, the defense lawyer didn't. I couldn't help thinking at the beginning, wow, this seems very slack. Like, shouldn't you put a bit more effort into it, right? It's not as though he was so charming and his whole thing was so good that he didn't need the projector. I just thought it was a little bit slack. I couldn't help feeling the same way about this. Like, shouldn't you have put a bit more work into this? That's just my opinion. I really don't know why you wouldn't use the projector, like show the property. Of course, he doesn't want to show the property. Like if it's to your advantage, show the property. He doesn't want to show the property because it's not a pasture. I do think it was really interesting how he reframed. It's like he says, don't be distracted. But then he distracts the jury by basically saying, he reframes Chad's backyard as pasture and a raspberry patch or something. So he says it was a raspberry patch that then became something else. So now you're thinking, oh, it was a raspberry patch. Oh, I didn't know it was a pasture. Well, it's not a pasture. And so that's already creating doubt, but it's manufacturing doubt out of nothing. because it's wrong to begin with. But I mean, that is how this is how it's done, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. How did they get into the posture? I think he's going to put all of the blame on Alex and say that Alex is trying to frame Chad. He may even say something like Alex was in love with Laurie, which I don't know if that's not true. And Alex, either on Laurie's instruction or Alex on his own accord or both, wanted to get rid of Chad or wanted to implicate Chad because he was in love with Laurie. He might say that. I don't know. I guess we'll see. So Earth says, John, 5 out of 10. I would give Rob 7 out of 10. I would take away points for, I would give him points for starting well, for using the projector, for overall giving quite a good, concise story. The whole chapter thing was done quite well. I would take away points for the little bit of technical problems, not necessarily his fault, but it doesn't help. And then also, it seemed to go on a little bit too long, slightly too long.
Council, thanks for discussing scheduling.
But it started off well and then ended off well.
The state's first witness that apparently will take some time, so we will plan on taking a lunch hour also at right around noon if possible. So, Mr. Wood, are you going to be calling the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, and the state will be calling Ray Hermosillo.
All right, well,
I'd give John 5 out of 10.
We'll have him come up and sworn.
I'm inclined to say 4, but let's make it 5.
Sir, before speaking,
So this is the first witness.
when you're facing Madam Clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right.
I think I've seen him before. He testified during the Laurie Vallow trial.
Officer, as you testify, just remember to make a audible response to anything being questioned, so the record stays clear, and try to avoid speaking over the top of anyone questioning you. Got in mind then, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo. Is that on?
Your Honor, is that microphone on?
I'm not sure.
So weird to be looking at this and, I mean, thinking about what's outside the building, where you can go and get lunch,
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start over.
the mountains, how cold it would likely be. And that's just so
Will you
weird.
state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo,
Feels a bit like deja vu.
Hermosillo.
Thank you.
He is a police officer,
Detective Hermosillo, what is your occupation?
detective.
I'm currently a lieutenant in the detective division for the Rexburg Police Department.
How long have you been a detective?
5 years.
And how long were you involved in law enforcement before you became a detective?
Before I was a detective, 18 years.
Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency other than the Rexburg?
So you guys know what's going to happen now. It's basically establishing his credibility. What is your experience? How long have you been doing this? Where did you train? Where did you get your training? How long? All of those things. That'll also be what John Pryor will try and undermine. He'll basically say, I don't know, find some way to undermine his experience. Like you might say, so you've only, how many homicides have you worked on? Oh, only one. You know, whatever you can find, right?
In the investigation regarding Mr. Daybell?
They do tend to
On
take
November 1st, 2019, I was contacted by Fremont County Sheriff's Office. I was told that there was possibly a Jeep that was involved in an attempted homicide in our jurisdiction. So at that time, with that information, I contacted Gilbert Police and asked what they needed us to do to assist them.
What did you do?
Gilbert Police asked us to seize the Jeep if it was located. They gave us the address of 565 Pioneer, which is Rock Creek Townhomes. They also asked us,
I'm gonna stop real quick. Where is that address located? What city?
Rexburg,
What county is Rexburg in?
Madison County.
So once you received that address, what did you do?
Gilbert asked us to seize the Jeep if we had located the Jeep. They also asked us to perform intermittent surveillance. So at that time, that's exactly what we did.
When you say intermittent surveillance, what did you do to perform that surveillance?
When we were driving around, when there was no calls coming in, we would park in front of the residence, behind the residence, take photographs of anybody leaving or coming in. That's basically what we did for that surveillance.
And do you recall what dates you did that surveillance?
The dates were between November 1st and November 4th when I located the Jeep at 565 Pioneer.
Did you ever see the defendant at that address?
I did. There were a few times during the intermittent surveillance that we had taken photographs of the defendant, Mr. Daybell, and Lori Vallow, either coming or going from the residence.
And that was between the dates of November 1st and November 4th.
Judge, could we, for the record, have this officer established?
I'm sorry, 2019.
So. Right, and did you, when you talked about seeing Mr. Daybell, was that between those dates of November 1st and November 4th of 2019?
So if we just look at things superficially, and I know this is superficial, I know it is a bit unfair. If someone sitting in the jury, who is the more handsome prosecutor? Who is the more charming prosecutor? Like one thing that was difference between the opening statement of Chair Daybell of John Pryor for Chair Daybell was he introduced himself, right? A couple of things that he did that the prosecutor didn't do was he sort of engaged with the jury, right? Now you sitting here might say, I only give him 4 out of 10, right? But the jury might feel totally different, that they actually felt a stronger connection with him, regardless of what he said. They may have felt something. He also, in a way, provided a different chaptering where he basically said, I'm going to be calling this witness and that witness and that witness, which is a kind of a nice way of saying, this is what you expect from me in terms of witnesses. Whereas what Rob Wood did was a much broader way of kind of saying, we're going to deal with that, we're going to deal with that, we're going to deal with that. I also thought where he said, we need to talk about facts and evidence. And then he talks about raspberry patches, pastures, speeding tickets, and kind of takes you out of the circumstances of the case, takes you to Laurie's marriages. No. Tell us about the facts of the case, dealing with the facts of the case. So interesting gaslighting going on as far as I'm concerned. What else? He also had some nice minimizing turns of phrase, like he writes about dark and light. That's not what he wrote about. He wrote about the apocalypse. This is the doomsday couple. And he didn't really, I don't know if he ever really even used that word a single time. So he talks about facts and evidence. He talks about don't be distracted. And yet, what does he do? The other thing that I found really interesting is within the first 2-3 minutes, he brought up the word religion. He spoke about Chad's religion. And so that may well resonate with a particularly religious member in the jury. If the prosecutor wants to avoid that topic and the defense lawyer goes into that area, that may be an area that a juror feels they want to know about or feel strongly about. And in that way, the defense lawyer might actually gain some traction.
It's proper, more dire negative objection.
May I continue, Judge?
Yes.
Officer, all I'm trying to
Also a good
establish,
point.
I don't want you to be able to testify that
Yeah.
Someone else took the pictures and this is what they found. I want you to be able, you're authenticating and you're under oath to swear that these are.
John Pryor objecting
I'm trying to
again.
Find out if that knowledge is based on your personal experience, or is it simply based on the fact that you're relying on somebody else who told you?
So that's a tactic you see quite often. The defense objects simply to interrupt the flow, the momentum, the whole story. So any story, no matter how cogent it is, if you can interrupt it often enough, then you can confuse the jury. It's a tactic you see very often. And a lot of these interruptions aren't, how can I put it, that they're not really warranted. Well, it looks like the judge is stepping out. I don't know, are they having a sidebar? Or maybe they're having a sidebar. They're often not warranted. The whole point of it is to disrupt the momentum that the prosecutor might be getting, especially if it's true, right? You saw that done so obviously in the Michelle Troconis trial. You guys might remember that. Just trying to think. Also, quite often in the Caitlin Armstrong case, but a good judge will recognize that and stamp it out, right? Because if you allow a attorney to keep interrupting, it can actually have a real impact. I'm sure you'll have your own opinion, but I don't know if you guys remember the Depp versus Heard trial. The Johnny Depp's lawyer literally interrupted constantly, and she literally like had her finger on the trigger. And what that is aimed at doing is controlling the narrative by disrupting the narrative. And you've also got to ask the question, if it's so important to disrupt the narrative, why is it so important to disrupt the narrative? Why not just simply let the narrative be communicated, and then I'll communicate the counter narrative? Why is it so important to interrupt it? Well, it's because if you give enough rope to the prosecutor, they're going to get a lead, I guess, right? Let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, to disrupt the flow. I don't think so. I think the defense is going to be saying that Laurie and Alex did a lot. And let's face it, if there are 3 people in this equation, well, 2 people are on Laurie's side. Just that argument alone, just that simple calculus, would seem to suggest that 60% or 2/3 of who's responsible for this crime is on Laurie's side. And Chad was just this sort of kind of weak skivvy who sort of went along with everything, kind of thing. Although that's not what I think is the case. That's what I think they're going to argue. Lisa says there's been a lot of lives lost in the history of the world wrapped up in an excuse of something to do with religion. We have to see that it is actually murder, plain and simple, as a society. it's amazing how, in this case, someone's child is murdered, and you say, no, well, the reason is they're a zombie. And there seem to be quite a few people who agreed with that. Alex must have agreed with it. Laurie must have agreed with it. Perhaps some or other followers agreed with it as well, because there were people praying about it. Anyway, let's get back to this.
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to proceed with publishing the court's instructions there on the sidebar, then you may publish any or all of the photos.
Thank you, Your Honor, and if I could have access to the honor.
So some photos are being published. Again, I'm not crazy about the camera angles. I don't know if they're going to do anything about it. When I was in Boise, I did spend some time in the overflow room. I did bring it up, and they did not really. Certainly,
Is this what you saw on State's Exhibit A?
Yes,
Is this the Jeep that you had been assigned to do surveillance for?
that's right.
Did you ever learn who this Jeep was?
so that is a picture of the Jeep. You can't really make it out, can you?
Who did it belong to?
It was registered to Charles Vallow, but we later determined that Tylee Ryan drove that Jeep.
Detective, this is State's Exhibit 9B. Is this that same Jeep?
Yes,
That's all I'm going to publish now.
All right, thank you.
Detective, while you were doing your surveillance,
That's what we're actually looking at.
you testified that you had occasion to see the defendant, Lori Vallow. Did you ever see children with her?
no, we didn't.
Did you ever see anybody else with them?
No.
That's good. Were you, at that time, were you aware of who J.J. Vallow was?
No,
Were you aware of who Tylee Ryan was?
no,
So when you spoke with, is it fair to say that when you were initially contacted by another law enforcement agency, they did not ask you to look for those children at that time?
that's correct.
Detective, did your role in this investigation change after that?
It did.
When did that happen?
After I had seized the Jeep November 4th, 2019, I contacted Gilbert Police and let them know I had the Jeep. Gilbert Police Department flew to Rexburg with a few of their detectives and a few of their crime analysts to go through the Jeep and serve a warrant with the Jeep. They were looking for the infotainment center, which is the middle of the Jeep console. It has the GPS locations, things of that nature, and they wanted the information extracted. So when they were up here on November 18th, 2019, they asked me and the other detectives if during our intermittent surveillance, if we had seen any children. And we told them we hadn't. They stated that JJ's grandmother.
Judge, I'm gonna object. I'm trying to be somewhat open-minded about foundation.
Another objection.
I'll ask a question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, thanks.
So you did have further contact with law enforcement from Arizona?
Correct.
And which law enforcement agency was that?
Gilbert Police Department.
And was it Gilbert Police Department that was looking for that Jeep?
Yes, it was.
When you followed up with them about the Jeep, did they give you any other information about their case?
They did.
Did any of that information regard children?
Yes, it did.
What were you told by Gilbert Police
Judge objection, hearsay.
coming in for the effect on the listener, Your Honor?
Judge, could we approach?
Did Lori ever
Well,
put the
do you
Jeep
want
up
to
for
make a
sale?
comment on that? I'll instruct the witness can answer the question, but for only the purpose of effect on the listener, if you can clarify that with your witness, Mr. Wood. And any objections overruled.
Detective, based on your
Objection
conversation
overruled.
with Gilbert Police, did you take any action regarding any children involved in this case?
Yes, we did.
And for the purpose of what you did, what information were you given that you needed to look up on?
We were informed through their investigation that JJ Vallo's grandmother was concerned for his safety.
Judge, and again, I'm gonna object at this point to renew my objection. That's going beyond.
I'll also stand that as bringing up your statements to Wood.
Okay. Based on your conversation with Gilbert Police, what was the next step you took in your investigation?
We were requested to do a welfare check on JJ Vallo from the Gilbert Police Department.
Detective, had you ever met JJ Vallo?
No,
Were you provided any identifying information as to his age or where he might be?
we were provided very little information, just a brief description of what he looked like, his age, and where he should be, which was 565. 565 Pioneer Road, where he lived with his mother, Lori Vallo.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 1.
Judge, I'm gonna stipulate to the admission of State's Exhibit 1.
All right, it's being offered, Mr. Wood.
Just seeing this guy walking around reminds me of all the drama at the Lori Vallow trial. People accused of taking photos in the
And Your Honor,
courtroom,
with that stipulation, I'd actually ask that the witness
being
be
kicked out of
handed
the courtroom.
State's Exhibit 2 and State's Exhibit 3 as well.
There was big drama. Because this obviously didn't happen with the Lori Vallow trial. It wasn't broadcast, wasn't live streamed. And so anyone who could get some,
Further stipulate to
Footage.
State's Exhibit 2, stipulate to State's Exhibit 3.
that was certainly
Very well. Then
what a lot of people were thinking about. Eventually they did broadcast the audio of the trial, but there were like no photos or anything.
Yes, I'll make sure of that. Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 1?
Okay.
What is State's Exhibit 1?
That is a birth certificate out of the state of Louisiana.
Your Honor, where this is related, may I publish?
Yeah.
Detective, can you identify who this is a birth certificate for?
The name on my birth certificate is Canaan Todd Trahan,
What is the birth date?
May 25th, 2012.
And where is the place of birth?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Your Honor, if I may publish State's Exhibit 2.
Yeah.
Detective, I'm going to ask you to turn to the second page of State's Exhibit 2. Detective, what is State's Exhibit 2?
It's a decree of adoption.
And reading through that, are you aware of who that is a decree of adoption for?
Yes.
Who is it for?
Canaan, Todd, Trahan.
And on the bottom of that, can you read the second to the bottom paragraph? That exhibit.
The entire paragraph.
Yes, please.
It is further ordered, the judge and decreed that the name of the child, Canaan Todd Trahan, be changed as follows: Joshua Jackson Vallow, and the registrar of the Louisiana Department of Public Health and Statistics is hereby ordered to make the appropriate changes in its records.
May I call the State's Exhibit 3 now?
Yes.
Hi, Maria. Good to see you.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 3?
That is also a birth certificate from the state of Louisiana.
And who is it a birth certificate for?
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, have you learned what Joshua Jackson or JJ Vallow looks like?
Yes.
Have you seen pictures of him?
Yes, I have.
Were you able to access pictures of him from iCloud accounts associated with his mother?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 4.
All right, the witness is handed State's Exhibit 4.
Detective, you testified that you never met JJ Vallow, correct?
Correct.
How did you come to know what he looked like?
Through photographs we were given.
Where did you get those photographs?
We received a few from Gilbert Police. His grandmother, Kay Woodcock. I think that's all I can remember.
And I spoke with you briefly before. Did you ever have occasion to review iCloud accounts belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And on those iCloud accounts, did you find other pictures of JJ Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And did you find videos of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, what does Exhibit 4 purport to be?
A photograph of JJ Vallow.
And you didn't take this picture, correct?
Correct.
But you recognize that individual as Joshua or JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 4.
The objection.
Judge, there's a little bit of foundation that I want to iron on. So what's the source of that picture?
Okay, while he's busy with
Lori's
that,
iCloud.
I just want to express my opinion on a couple of things. So first of all, in a courtroom, you want to be able to, I'm talking about if you're the judge, the jury, respective legal counsels and so on, You want to be able to see one another clearly, and you want to be able to hear one another clearly, right? And I mean, that's kind of like trials 101. When you hear a case, for goodness sake, you need to be able to hear it. And something that is really important is justice must not only be done, but seen to be done. So that's also a component where the public has an interest. The public has an interest in seeing that justice is done, which is why courtrooms are open, why courtrooms are sort of public. Obviously, that can be taken advantage of, and a lot of people do take advantage of it. But the fact remains, in a courtroom, everything needs to be clear. You need to be able to see what's going on. You need to be able to hear what's going on. The fact that this is being provided to us, this is via the judge's own feed. The screens are quite small. I'm struggling actually to hear everything. To me, shows a bit of a contempt for us. I think it's contempt for the public. Sorry, for the media, and for the news and that kind of thing. And maybe some of that's deserved, but the public doesn't deserve contempt, right? It is part of the court's duty to provide to provide a trial, and to do so in a clear way inside the court, and also to the people in the gallery and the rest of us watching, to the public. And so just the way that I'm experiencing it here, it is not very visually clear, and you can barely hear what's going on, is, as far as I'm concerned, contempt for the public. It's contempt. And the people in this courtroom are answerable to the public. I mean, this is in the public interest. So to basically kind of do that, and I understand what's going on. I understand maybe you don't, and I mean, bear in mind, there's no media camera crew in this courtroom, because the judge obviously feels like they can't be trusted, right? And maybe there's some truth in that, but the result is that you get this poor broadcast, which is requires quite a lot of effort just to figure out what is being said and what is going on. That's not fair.
JJ or
This is standing hearsay.
Absolutely.
Did you do a welfare check for JJ Bauer?
we did
What date did you do that?
November 26, 2019.
How did you go about doing that?
On that morning of November 26, 2019, myself and Detective Dave Hope went to Lori Bellow's residence, where we presumed JJ was at. She lived at 565 Pioneer, apartment 175. As we approached, expecting to speak with Lori, we noticed the defendant, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox unloading a pickup truck near the garage area.
And at this point, were you aware of who Chad Daybell was?
Yes.
How would you learn about him?
Through our investigation with Gilbert and communicating with Gilbert Police Department.
And so you recognized who he was.
Correct.
And at that time, were you aware who Alex Cox was?
Yes, we were.
So after you saw them, what did you do next?
I got out of my vehicle and made contact with Alex. He was standing at the driver's side of his pickup truck, and the defendant Daybell was on the passenger side. I asked Alex if Lori Vallow was home, and he stated that she wasn't home. I asked Alex if JJ was home, that we were there to do a welfare check. And at that point, Alex got a surprised, frightened look on his face, looked over at across the pickup at the defendant Daybell, The defendant, Daybell, then looked back at Alex. And initially, neither one of them answered my question.
Interesting.
After they didn't answer your question, what did you do?
I asked them again if JJ was home, and Alex Cox finally answered and stated that JJ was with his grandmother in Louisiana.
And that is a lie.
When you were given that information, did it cause you any concern?
It did, because I informed Alex that it was highly unlikely because his grandmother.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. We're going to be getting into some soon.
I'll sustain that.
Your Honor, I think the defendant's about to testify what he said. Excuse me.
Come on.
Okay, that's not what I understood where it was going. You can re-ask the question, Mr. Wood.
Detective, what did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely because Kay.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is going to lead into hearsay.
Your Honor, this is a statement by a declarant on the witness seat. It cannot be hearsay.
Overruled, and it is permissible, so objection overruled.
Overruled.
What did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely that JJ was with his grandmother Kay because she was the one who called in the welfare.
Absolutely. Why would she call for the
What was
welfare
the
check if
response
she
to
was
that?
if he was with her?
There was no response initially. Alex again looked over at the defendant Daybell, and they kind of both just looked at each other. And at that point, I asked Alex where I could find Lori Bell.
And did he give you a location to find her?
He stated that she was in apartment 107, which is the same apartment complex, just a few apartments down.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I asked Alex if there was a way I could contact Lori and asked Alex for her cell phone number. And Alex told me that he didn't have her cell phone number.
Were you
You
aware
believe
at
that?
that point that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were siblings?
Yes, through our investigation with Gilbert, we knew that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were extremely close. So when Alex told me he didn't have his sister's cell phone number, I assumed he was lying to me.
What did you do once you received that information?
Myself and Detective Hope left the defendant, Daybell, and Alex at the pickup truck. We went over to apartment 107 to see if we can make contact with Lori. At that point, we were just trying to find JJ Vallow.
And were you able to locate him at apartment 107?
No, we knocked on apartment 107, there was no answer. So at that point, Detective Hope began knocking on neighbors' doors. See if we can get a hold of anybody who would know if they saw a little boy coming in and out of that apartment or who resided at that apartment. And while Detective Hope was doing that, I started walking back to my vehicle to call for more detectives to come over to our location.
Why did you call for more detectives?
Because of the deception from Alex, I wanted to figure out what exactly was going on. And we were going to start canvassing the area and knocking on doors, so the more detectives we had on scene, the better it was for us.
Detective, to clarify, when you first saw Alex and Chad Daybell, did you speak with Chad Daybell?
No, I personally didn't.
So I believe you testified that you started walking back to the original building.
Correct.
What happened then?
As I was approaching my car that was parked in the alleyway, I noticed the defendant Daybell driving towards me in a black Chevy Equinox. It appeared he had just left apartment 175 and was headed towards me in the alleyway. So at that point, I stopped him to have a conversation.
What did you ask him?
I asked the defendant Daybell, when's the last time you saw JJ Vallow? And he stated it was in October in apartment 107 with Lori Vallow.
Did you ask him anything else?
I did. I asked him how he knew Lori, and he stated he had only met her a couple of times, and that he didn't know her very well.
That's what Chad said. I've only met Lori a couple of times.
Did that
I don't know her very
response
well.
cause
Next thing, he's
concern
married
for you?
to her.
It did.
And her kids are buried in his back
Through
garden.
our investigation, prior to me making any contact with the defendant Daybell,
Very
Or
easy
Alex
to
Cox.
for him to
we
lie.
knew that Chad and Lori had been married 2 weeks prior to my conversation with them in the alley.
So is it fair to say you were troubled by his government? What happened after that?
I asked Mr. Daybell, the defendant Daybell, if he had Lori Vallow's telephone number so I could get hold of her. And he stated he didn't have her phone number.
Did you have any further conversation?
I did. When I was speaking with the defendant Daybell, Detective Hope saw me talking with him and started to walk back to my location. As he approached, I again asked the defendant Daybell for Lori's number because I assumed he was lying to me based on what I knew. And at that time, he did give me Lori's phone number.
Did he tell you why he didn't give it to you in the first place?
He did. He stated that he felt I was accusing him of something.
And had you accused him of anything?
I simply asked him the whereabouts of JJ and asked him for his wife's telephone number.
Hi, Penelope.
Detective, during this interaction, were you wearing a body cam?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
In the detective division, most of our interviews are in a controlled environment. We call people into the police department. We have an interview room set up with cameras. So most of the time, we're conducting our business and our interviews at the police department. It's very rare we're the first officers or detectives on scene. There's one body cam between 7 detectives. Unlike patrol, where a patrolman is assigned a body cam, a detective is not assigned.
Well, one body cam between 7 detectives.
What happened after you got that information from the defendant?
I called my lieutenant at the time and told him what was going on. I felt that based on the deception and lies from the defendant, Daybell, who is JJ's stepfather, the lies and the deception from JJ's uncle, who is Alex Cox, I felt there was more going on with the whereabouts of JJ. And so at that time, I wanted to get everybody over there to see if we could figure out what was going on. So I asked my lieutenant to gather some detectives and respond to my location.
And then what happened?
A few minutes later, my lieutenant arrived with Detective Dave Stubbs, who had a body cam at that point. We began knocking on doors. We went back to 175, which was Lori Vallow's apartment, and started knocking on her door and didn't get any answer.
And I apologize if I missed it. Who was your lieutenant?
Ron Ball.
All right, so after you weren't able to get any answers, what did you do next?
Through our investigation, we learned that Lori Vallow's niece, Melanie Boudreau, it was Melanie Pulowski, Melanie Boudreau at the time, it's now Melanie Pulowski. She lived in apartment 174, which is right next door to Lori. So at that point, we knocked on her apartment as well to see if Lori or JJ was at that apartment.
Did anybody answer?
No, they didn't.
What did you do next?
I was instructed to go back to the police department, go to the prosecutor's office, to see if we can obtain a search warrant to search the residence for JJ Vallow, while the other detectives stayed on scene and started knocking on doors in that complex. At that point, our only focus was to find JJ and to figure out what was going on. So we were going to exhaust every means that we could to see if we could do that. And that's why I went to the prosecutor's office to see if I could obtain a search warrant.
And did you obtain a warrant that day?
No.
Why not?
On the way to the prosecutor's office, Detective Hope, with the number that the defendant Daybell provided, called that number. There was no answer, but he left a message. Once we got to the prosecutor's office, Lori Vallow called back, and she was instructed to open the door. There were detectives outside of her door that wanted to speak with her.
And are you aware of any detectives were able to make contact with her that day?
Yes, they did.
Do you know who that was?
Detective Stubbs and Detective Ball.
And you had mentioned earlier that Detective Stubbs had a body cam on, correct?
Correct.
And do you know if their interaction with Lori Vallow was recorded?
Yes, it was.
Have you watched that video?
Yes, I have.
At that point in your investigation, what did you do? After Detectives Ball and Stubbs had spoken with Lori Vallow, what did you do? What did you do next?
We were informed that JJ was with a family friend.
Judge, I'm going to object if there's any comments.
Another objection.
Sustain that.
Thanks, Lainey. Appreciate it. From the UK.
Detective, did you speak with Detectives Ball and Stubbs about their interaction with Lori that day?
Yes,
Did you speak with them that day?
yes,
Did you watch the body cam of their interaction with Lori Vallow that day?
yes, I did.
So you're aware of what she said to them?
Correct.
It is weird that
Based on
our
what she
best
said
views
to
of the
them.
judge, eh?
What did you do?
And it's his
in your
feed.
investigation?
We attempted to locate the family friend to see if JJ was with her in Gilbert, Arizona.
And do you know who that family friend was?
Melanie Gibb,
Were you able to contact them?
I was not.
Did you have any interaction with Arizona law enforcement day about contacting Melanie Gibb?
I did. It was starting to get into the later hours of that evening. So I contacted Detective Pillar with Gilbert Police Department. And I had him go to Melanie Gibb's residence to see if JJ was there. Ultimately, we learned he was not there.
About what time did you learn that JJ was not with Melanie Gibb?
Roughly 9 o'clock at night.
And what did you do when you found out that he was not there?
I contacted Lieutenant Ball and let him know. And we agreed to meet at the prosecutor's office that next morning early to obtain search warrants for those apartments.
Okay, and just for clarity of the record, which apartments are you talking about?
Apartment 175, which belonged to Lori Vallow, 174, which belonged to Melanie Boudreaux, and apartment 107, because that's the last time JJ was seen based on the defendant Daybell's statements.
Detective, were you able to obtain those warrants?
Yes, we were.
What did you do? Well, what day did you obtain those warrants?
November 27th, 2019, in the early morning hours.
And on that day, did you execute those warrants?
We did.
Let's talk about that. Where did you search first?
We searched apartment 175 first.
Was there a reason you searched there first?
That was his address that we were given from Gilbert Police Department, and that's where his mother lived.
What did you find in apartment 175?
So initially, when we broke down the door, everything looked ordinary. There were couches, there were papers on the table, there was food in the refrigerator, food in the pantry. We went upstairs, there were beds, pictures. Everything seemed that people lived there. The thing that caught our attention was there were no clothes on the hanger in any of the closets.
Interesting.
Zero clothes.
Zero clothes.
Just a bunch of empty hangers hanging there like somebody took the clothes off and left.
Did you locate JJ in that apartment?
No.
Did you see any evidence whatsoever to suggest that he had been living there?
Yes, we did. There were a couple things. We located a child's Star Wars suitcase underneath a little crawl space under the stairs. It was mixed in with some, what I can best describe as 72-hour kits, and the kits had like flashlights, flares, water. The suitcase was mixed in with those. We also found an old prescription bottle prescribed to JJ of Resperdone. And then
Respiratory.
we're showing these photographs of JJ in the residence.
And did you see any other evidence of any minor children?
No. Crash. We did. When we first went inside, there were some scooters and a small child's, looked like a small child's bike right on the porch.
Okay. Did you seize anything from the home that day?
We did, I seized the Resperdone and the suitcase.
After you searched apartment 175, what did you do next?
We searched 174, which was Melanie Goodrill's apartment. Everything appeared normal in there. There were no signs of JJ or anything that he was even there. We also searched apartment 107, and that was completely vacant. There was nothing in apartment 107.
Did you seize anything from apartments 174 or 107?
We seized, in apartment 174, we seized some cash, large amounts of cash.
So I just want to raise a thought. Because the camera is so clearly on the judge doesn't seem to be looking at the prosecutor, doesn't seem to be listening to listening to the witness. What is the judge doing? Excuse me. Well, now he does look up, but he's been looking at a monitor, and I don't know, what has the judge been doing for the last couple of minutes? I mean, it doesn't seem to be looking at the prosecutor who's talking, and he doesn't seem to actually be looking at the witness. Do you notice?
Again, for safekeeping, that apartment didn't lock,
Shouldn't he be paying attention?
and so we took those, so it wouldn't be stolen.
Did you find any evidence that JJ Vallow had been in apartment 174?
No.
Did you find any evidence that JJ Vallow had been in apartment 107? Did you search any other building that day?
We did. In apartment 175, we located a storage unit rental agreement contract. And on that storage unit contract was the name Lori Ryan. It had listed her as the tenant, and it listed the storage unit number as T52, and it gave an address of self-storage on Airport Road in Rexburg. So with that information, we were able to obtain a search warrant for that storage unit as well.
And did you participate in the search of that storage unit?
Yes, I did.
What did you find there?
There were a few bikes, children's bikes. There were boxes of winter clothing, some ice skates. There wasn't a lot in the storage unit. There was a personalized, like a family blanket, a big blanket with family photos that were kind of sewn onto the blanket. Those photos had JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and their sibling Kobe Ryan.
Putting their possessions into the storage unit showed
But other
that they
than
knew the
that,
kids
it
weren't
was-
going to be
it was
around
nothing
anymore,
else
right?
really in the storage unit.
When you perform these searches, were you looking for Tylee Ryan?
No,
So
to
now
your knowledge,
Tylee's
she
coming
has
up.
been reported missing.
that's correct.
Your Honor, if I have a brief step up.
Yes.
So while they're doing that, we're going to have a quick look at the footage from the storage unit.
I'm Nate Eaton, and we are getting a closer look at surveillance footage from Self Storage Plus in Rexburg. This is the facility where Lori Vallow went on October 1st to rent a storage unit.
So that's Lori at that storage unit. That's what's sort of in it, not a huge amount, but bicycles, that sort of thing. As I said, it's kind of really
So what I
interesting.
understand, this would be a good breaking point in this
they're
testimony
done.
for the lunch hours, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Before we do that, again, I will just advise the jurors, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else over the break. In addition, for those in the courtroom, we will be closing the courtroom, I believe, during the lunch break. So things you have in here will need to go with you. We'll reopen upon the conclusion of the lunch break, and we'll still be under the court's governing order for courtroom conduct on the return. So thank you everyone for complying with that. With that in mind, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess now.
All rise.
Okay, so they are on recess. There's a possibility that they are going to, that looks like Chad and Lori. So I must say, if you're going to make the argument that Chad isn't really involved here, well, he is here. Is putting the kids' belongings into storage. Okay, that is the seat, I think, of the Jeep, right? But Chad is helping Lori put things, I guess, into storage. So Chad knows about the storage. So why would he not know? So there goes the tire. Why would he not know about, excuse me, where the kids are? So I think there is a possibility that after the recess, the judge might come back and maybe there'll be some alterations. Maybe someone will have had the opportunity to talk about the poor quality. I personally just don't think, even if it is done, I don't think there's going to be any change because, as I said, I was there, I complained, I brought it up, nothing really changed. They may improve the sound, but I don't think you're going to get a better view of the witness stand. Anyway, we'll see. I'm just saying there is a possibility that they may improve things. We've certainly seen that with other cases. They can sometimes improve things over time. But I'm just saying don't bet on it. So you can see Chad carrying some of the kids' toys. Can you see? bicycle. Looks like Chad, doesn't it? Shall I put it on full screen? So why are they getting rid of the kids' possessions if they don't know that the kids are permanently out of the picture? And another, I think, really interesting thing to consider is, why would they want these things stowed away? Well, isn't the answer sort of two things? That they, first of all, don't want a reminder. Chad, Laurie, and Alex don't want a reminder of their kids. They kind of want to forget about them, that they wanted them gone, and then they also need to be gone reminders of them. And also in terms of other people, if Melanie Gibb comes by to do a podcast, if some cult follower comes there and sees a bicycle or a toy, well, where's your kid? They don't want those sort of questions to come up, right? Then let's have a look at, it's not quite what I want to look at, but let's have a look at the first interrogation of Laurie, right?
He's like, it's just good to have it on record, so.
Yeah, okay, I got a little bit of info from dispatch. Said he's still in the
So this is Laurie with
What happened? Why don't you tell us what happened?
So
Tylee.
yesterday, I got in an argument with my husband on the phone, and he was in Texas working, and I found some stuff that he'd been doing, so he was really defensive. And so I took the kids, we spent the night in a hotel because I knew he was coming home. And so this morning when I took my son to school.
So this is a good example of where Laurie basically does talk herself out of whatever allegation Charles made. And the fact is that the police originally accepted what she said. Unfortunately, this whole thing is blurred out. So anyway, so we're going to jump from there. Let's go to the part that's not blurred out.
Okay, and you also texted a friend to meet you at the house last night? Under the guise that you were her? What was that for? So you texted a friend of hers to meet you at the house last night using her cell phone. What was that all about?
Okay, so we're going to go from that to listening to the body cam footage of the detectives confronting Laurie. Well, let's first just get through the ad. Sorry about that. Okay, you guys ready? Slightly better angle of Chad and perspective, isn't it?
This is my body cam footage as myself and Lieutenant Ball approach the apartment number 175 the first time on the 26th.
Okay.
Her car's out there too. In the back, it's blue. Blue Subaru.
Remember, he talks about a blue Subaru. What's the vehicle we just saw at the storage location? What's taking so long?
Hi, you Lori. Lori, I'm Lieutenant Ball, Police Department. How are you? You got a minute? You alone, or that help?
My brother's here.
Okay. Detective Stubbs.
Hello.
So, we're
Yeah,
here,
this is a big mess. I just talked to the guy on the phone.
and what did he ask you?
He was just saying that he wanted to do a well check on JJ.
So JJ would be where?
He's in Arizona.
Who's he with in Arizona?
He's with one of my friends in Arizona.
Oh. Oh, you got a notepad?
No, let me get one.
No. Come here. You mind if he comes in?
No, come on.
So,
Sorry.
who's the friend he's with?
My friend Melanie. Her son has autism. Her name's Melanie Gibb. I gave him all the information on the phone.
Okay, so he can call him?
Yeah.
Discord.
Yeah. What is all this?
We're a little
What is it?
concerned
Why?
because, well, the officers who were here earlier
Yeah.
were checking and they got a bad vibe, like something was going on here because.
So take a note of the outline of Chad's shirt here. You can see that he's actually breathing quite heavily here. I'm going to say Chad's got a pretty morose look on his face. But I mean, this is the kind of way you could be seeing people in court, right? I hope you guys can hear it okay. The simple way to just find out whether Tylee or JJ was okay at that point was simply to phone them. And so, but they can't because JJ isn't actually alive. But that would be the simple way in an innocent scenario. Oh, JJ's over there, phone. And Laurie literally seems to think she can talk her way out of the situation. Talk, say something, the cops will go away, and they're not going to come back.
Nobody knew anything about a job. They weren't talking.
It's because a
What's
lot
going
of stuff
on?
has gone on. If you want to know, it's a lot of stuff. So
Well, that's why we're concerned because
It's very-
it just was kind of weird.
it is very weird. I've had to move around a lot. One of my brothers is trying to kill me. Not the brother that lives here, obviously. He's kind of my protector. My other brother that was in with my husband who was trying.
So Laurie is the victim here. Someone's trying to kill her. Actually, no. Laurie's trying to kill various people. I think at this point, 2 people are already dead. Not sure if Tammy was dead at this point. Was she?
Trying to kill me for my $2 million life insurance policy. No way.
Now,
So a lot of stuff has gone on in this last year. It's been a horrible year for us. I've had to move around. And so I was going to move back to Arizona, put my son back into the school there because I tried to put him in school here, public school at Kennedy.
okay.
He went for 2 months. We tried it, but he had such a hard time. Now, the person who called is my.
Now, again, take note of Laurie's agency. She's got the gift of the gab. She's charming. She's able to influence the police. Her story is not particularly believable, but her demeanor is quite convincing. You can't see it yet, but you can sort of hear it and hear how the officers sort of go along with it.
Sister-in-law, but she's his natural grandmother. He's adopted by us. Okay, so her son, who's a drug addict,
Okay.
had a baby with a girl who's a drug addict, and they took him from, CPS took him, gave him to the grandmother. She came and got him, and then she wanted us to adopt him, which we did. We loved
By
him and taking
us,
care.
who are we talking
My
about?
husband and I, who died earlier this year.
Okay.
He passed away. Since he
Sorry to hear
passed
that.
away, she's been trying to fight me for him and being really horrible to me and my friends.
The,
She's kind of the paternal friend.
okay, thank
Does
you.
that make sense?
That's
I'm
what I
sorry.
needed. The paternal grandmother.
He has autism and ADHD. He doesn't really talk to people. Like he's very special needs. So I had him in a special needs school there. She was trying to, so what happened was my husband, who we were married for 15 years and had raised all these 5 kids together, switched his life insurance policy to her, right?
To
his sister,
okay.
who got $1 million when he died, and we got nothing. For me to raise JJ, and all the kids got nothing, and everybody got nothing. She got $1 million. So I knew she was going to try to sue me for him, or
JJ?
yeah, because she now has this $1 million, so she can hire people to help him and I have nothing.
But you have
Nothing,
legal
but
custody.
He's my son. I adopted him.
Right.
He was 2 years. We had him from the time he was 8 months old till 2 years old.
Pretty incredible how Laurie's using the facts of the case that she did want the $1 million, and she's kind of saying that Kay is going to use that money to get custody of JJ. Kay didn't want custody of JJ in the sense of if Laurie was looking after JJ, then she would have been fine. But she's now making Kay to be the perpetrator. She's and it's quite a convincing yarn. It's just not true, but it's quite clever if you think about it.
So she does nothing that wants to cause me trouble. So I don't tell people the truth about where we are and what we're doing because of.
So she's kind of saying, you know, because someone's going to try and get JJ, I've got to try and hide him away. Like I have to hide my son away because someone's trying to get him, like you know, trying to get custody of him. So I do need to lie and I need to hide him away, which on paper sounds like quite a convincing argument, you know, because sometimes you do have unfriendly relatives or people who think that they should have custody, but this is not what was going on here. So, you know, again, it's manufacturing this idea that JJ is still alive through some other storytelling.
Of those reasons. So I look like a suspect, but I am not a good person. Raised all of my kids. I've done everything that I'm supposed to do in life, but everyone is causing me trouble right now. So
We don't want to cause a lot of trouble. How long have you been here?
we've only been here since September.
Okay.
We moved up here in September. My daughter to go to BYUI.
Your daughter goes to BYU?
Yeah.
Does she live here?
Mm-hmm. So it's been a nightmare.
And she just says, and it's been a nightmare. Same words Chris Watts used. Of course, at this point, Tylee is out the picture as well. Where is Tylee? Can we speak to her? Maybe Tylee took JJ. And as it turns out, Tylee and JJ aren't really that far from one another, right?
But I'm going to go back to Arizona so I can put him back in the special needs school. He couldn't do the school here. It was too hard for him. He would scream and cry, take him to school. The principal would have to come out, try to drag him out of the car. Like, it's too hard. But I just don't tell people where I am. I don't tell her where I am ever.
Okay.
And she doesn't have any legal rights to anything. Like, she's been horrible to me since my husband died.
My understanding, she never called you to try to get the child, you know, hey, I'm interested in the child back, you know, but that.
I know, but she sends me these emails with like the dates and like she's putting up court stuff, you know, like she's documenting. I haven't heard from him in all this time. And so I've told her that he's fine. But
See, and we hadn't heard any of that as far as.
I'm just saying she's doing this as part of that,
Yeah.
is my understanding.
And our only concern in this whole thing
Is that he's fine.
is the child.
I got it.
And so that's where we're at on the, and then we were just a little weirded out when, you know, and I understand now that we've heard your side of the story.
It's awful. I feel like I'm being tracked all the time. I'm like, why are police coming to my door? What did I do?
They said they were out visiting with two guys, and I'm assuming one's your brother.
Why are police coming to my door? Ha, ha, ha. That's not how she's feeling. That's not the reality of the situation. But that's why I say, you know, that's the way to bullshit is with bluster. Use emotion, use all of that. And it is quite convincing, but it is ultimately bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Who was the other one? The other guy they were visiting with. There were two.
Visiting.
Well, we had two detectives over here trying to.
Looking for you a little while ago.
Oh, because I was at the store.
And they ran into.
Who were the two men?
Well, probably one of your brothers.
My brother and his friend, probably.
Oh, who's that?
My brother and his friend. Who's his friend? And I think at this point she's married to Chad, but who's the friend that was also there? Let's see what she says. No, she couldn't have been. I don't think she was married to Chad at this point, but about to marry him, right?
Moving. Chad?
Chad from around here? Mm-hmm. What's his last name? Bill. Okay.
She got very little to say about it, right?
It's just
A little while ago.
Oh, because I was at the store.
And they ran into. Well, probably one of your brothers. In
My
the back
brother
here.
and his friend, probably.
Oh,
They've
who's
been
that?
moving. Chad.
Chad from around here? What's his last name? Yeah, okay. All right.
So it's just a mess. Just
I didn't hear. Did she give Chad's last name?
constantly causing me trouble.
Chad the Daybell?
He's an author.
Doesn't he live like out in the, isn't that the Chad Bell that, didn't his wife pass away recently? Is that him?
I don't know,
I bet it is. Chad the Daybell.
but it sounds familiar as an
I
author.
think I know one of his. He's got a couple of daughters.
He has lots of kids.
Okay. I'll bet it's safe. All right.
Note that Laurie doesn't say anything about that. Isn't he the guy whose wife passed away? And it's like, but haven't you been calling her the zombie name? And haven't you already prayed about that? And hasn't that all been? Now she's got nothing to say when the police are there.
Well, maybe anything else? Sorry to bother you.
Thank you.
We don't mean to be a problem.
I'm sorry
We just-
that people are constantly knocking on my door looking for me, and I just don't want to be found. So
Have you had problems? Because I think we only had.
the reason I'm moving is because the brother that was going to kill me, that we found emails and texts with my husband at the time, came showing up here. So he found out where I was, and he was knocking on my door.
No, this was your brother?
One of my brothers.
He showed up here and was knocking on your door.
He lives in Kansas.
And you said something about you were getting threatening emails?
Well, no, just after my husband passed, I found emails and texts between them that they were planning all this stuff to get rid of me.
Do we need to worry about him coming over?
Well, that's why I'm moving back. I'm moving, and I'm not going to be in a place. I'm going to live with my friend, Melanie. Don't tell her.
Oh, you can call. Take care of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Just a nightmare. I mean, I canceled the insurance policy since my husband passed, so there's no money if they can. And what are they going to do with JJ and Tyler? Like, what do people think?
Okay.
So,
Well, if you have a problem, shows back up, feel free to call us. We'll come and run him off or something. Okay? All right.
appreciate it.
Okay, we'll get out of your hair. Sorry to bother you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See ya. Not.
Okay, so that is it. Not sure. I think we're on a lunch break, so I think it's going to be a while before court resumes. So I think I'm going to take a break as well, and I want to encourage you guys to as well. So we are in recess on this channel as well. See you guys in a bit. Okay. Do you want to go for a walk? Okay. See you guys in a little bit. See you guys soon.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Wood, before we proceed, is the statement be ready? Before it's in the jurisdiction, is there anything to bring up?
Yes, if you would have a sidebar about the issue, the evidence issue is not right.
Are we back? The judge doesn't seem to be back. Anyway, welcome back to you guys. Let's hope the sound, at the very least, they could improve the sound. Let's see if that will be improved. Looks like the judge and John Pryor and Rob Wood are off camera. So I've just taken Timmy for a walk. So he is happy. Instead of doing my usual just one round, I did two. And so we're all rearing to go, I think.
All right, we're on the record now. This is CR 22211623, State versus Chad Guy Davo. The jurors are not present at this time. At a sidebar with counsel, previously a few of the exhibits that were offered and admitted had some reference material on them, base numbers, etc., from the case that the court raised a concern. And I believe, Mr. Wood, what you've done is figured out a way to remove those references from the exhibits, and the court would know those references were not published to the jurors, and they won't be, so the court will permit those references to be removed from the exhibits before they are published or provided to the jurors. Is that how we're going to handle that, Mr. Wood?
Yes, that's my understanding, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Pryor, any objection from the defense to proceeding in that manner with those few exhibits?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. I'll make sure then that the original court exhibits to the jurors will have that information removed for the jurors, or either publish the information or receive copies of it. And with that, then I believe there are no other issues to take up before the jurors are brought in. Is the defense ready to proceed as well, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then we'll continue with testimony of this witness, and Mr. Wood, if you're ready, we'll have the jurors brought in this time.
Thank you.
So as I predicted, they've done nothing about the visuals. We're getting to see so much wood paneling. We're getting a great view of the carpet and the ceiling, and a really good view of the inside of the court, just not of
All
the
rise.
people inside. The sound does seem to be better, so that's one improvement. Who knows, maybe tomorrow we can at least get one block when someone's on the stand. Maybe they can at least do that. But I guess we'll see. It's so ironic. It's a Zoom call, but the problem is that it's not zoomed in. Crazy.
While the jury is present and accountable.
Thank you. Please be seated. We concluded the lunch break at this time. We're continuing with testimony of Detective Hermosillo and Mr. Wood. If you're ready, you can inquire, and I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, before we broke, we were speaking about the search of a residence. Can you remind us what residence that was?
I believe it was apartment 175.
And whose residence was that?
Lord Dallas.
Your Honor, the state would ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 7A through 7K.
I see some of you laughing as well. Good to hear. I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't played that body cam, that we listened to, but maybe they're still coming to that. Wow, it's taken quite a long time for John Pryor to. There we go. I wonder if this orderly was a cowboy in his former life. He's sort of got a kind of cowboy way of walking. If you put a cowboy hat on him, the way he walks, I think, would kind of make sense. And you kind of get that impression. Karen Laporte, I'm in Brussels, living close to the EC quarter.
Witness is handed State's Exhibits 7A through K. They've been reviewed by defense. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibits 7A through K? Go ahead and take a minute and review them.
You could theoretically have a fourth camera angle, one that just focuses on the projector here.
Yes,
You know, what would be wrong with that?
Those exhibits were supposed to be.
they are photographs that were taken of Lord Dallas residence in the morning of November 27th.
And were you present? You testified earlier you were present at the search of that apartment on that date, correct?
That's right.
Did you walk through every room in that apartment?
Yes, I did.
Did you take these pictures?
No, I didn't.
Do you recognize them as true and accurate representations of what you witnessed in that room that day?
Yes, I did.
Or, I'm sorry, in that apartment that day?
Yes, I did.
You're on the state, the room for admission, states.
They'll probably put on the projector now, Asher.
The objection from the defense.
While you're in objection.
Yes, and use your microphone, please, Mr. Clark.
May I, Judge?
Yes.
Officer, what time were these pictures taken?
I don't know the exact time, roughly between 10 and noon, I would guess.
Are you guessing or do you know?
I don't know exactly what time, sir.
Okay, who took the pictures?
I don't know who took the pictures.
What day did they take the pictures?
I believe I testified November 27th, 2019.
Well, if you weren't there, how do you know if you don't know who took them or who?
Objection is misstating the testimony.
No, I'll allow it. You can continue to look at it.
I never once said I wasn't there. I was there the entire time on
That's not what my question was. The question was, you weren't there when the pictures were taken, were you?
I wasn't there when they were taken. No.
You don't know the condition of the home when the pictures were taken, is that correct?
I was there when the pictures were taken, not standing next to the photographer.
So you were there when the pictures were taken,
That's correct.
but yet you don't even know who the photographer was who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
She's trying to
That's
undermine the officer.
Is there a reason why
You don't
didn't
even know who took the pictures?
photographer who's taking pictures for a police investigation that you're in charge of?
I wasn't standing next to the photographer. I was inside the residence when the photos were being taken. At the same time they were being taken, I wasn't standing next to him.
Okay, but the question I asked is, why is it that you don't know the name of the photographer when this scene was closed off for an investigation pursuant to a search warrant, and you can't tell me who the name of the photographer was who took these pictures?
There were a lot of people.
Well, it's quite a, it's like, wow, is this what we really want to talk about? You don't know who the photographer is who took these pictures? Wow, maybe we should put you on trial for not knowing that. Anyway, in the Michelle Draconis trial, yeah, I think there was one camera. I must say, if there's a standard for good trial coverage inside a courtroom, it was the trial of Hannah Gutierrez Reed. You got to see Hannah from the front. You got to see the witnesses. I don't know. That was just done very well, right? Why can't they just have that as a standard? Anyway.
Graphs, so if you have to work through them individually, we will. I'll note just an objection on 7, 8, K in this where you can seek additional foundation related before I rule on the objection.
Detective, you testified you were present that day,
That's correct.
and you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of what you saw in that apartment.
That's correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the condition you found the apartment in?
Yes, sir.
And as you look through these pictures, is there anything in there that is different than the way you found it?
No.
Your Honor, the state moves again for the admission.
Objection again, Judge. There isn't a proper foundation. The officer can't even tell me who took the pictures. He doesn't know what time the pictures were taken. And the condition he's talking about is the condition that he saw, not necessarily when the pictures, the condition when the pictures were taken. So there hasn't been proper foundation here.
All right, I've considered the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection as it relates to.
So have you noticed there've been quite a
The officer
few?
has personal observation of the location. The one.
There've been quite a few objections already on day one from John Pryor that have been overruled, and there certainly is a point to objections. I've already spoken about breaking the momentum, but another reason why you might want to object a little frivolously is to sort of show the jury to think critically, to say, hang on, don't just take what this guy's saying. Let's stop and check that, check that, check that. So both of those things can be tactically useful for the defense. On the other hand, if you get overruled, I would say don't object if you're going to get overruled, but basically, if you do get overruled, that doesn't look good to the jury either. Let's have a look at these images. Oh, sorry.
Apartment 175, front porch area.
And is this the apartment that you searched while you were for JJ?
Yes.
Hey, Audra, good. Thanks for joining us.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7B?
So as you walk into the front room of the apartment, that's looking towards the dining kitchen room area. There's a child's car suitcase sitting there. Like I testified earlier, it looked like it was lived in. There's still chopsticks on the counter, paper towels, everything looked normal.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7C?
That's standing in the kitchen, facing the doorway, so the opposite direction of the last photograph. You can see the stairwell going upstairs. There's still pictures on the wall, TV, papers on the counter. Everything looked normal at that point as well.
The judge still doesn't even seem to be looking at these images. Or is he? Maybe it's on his monitor. That makes sense.
Stairs. And the 72-hour kits. Those are a few of the 72-hour kits, along with the stove or suitcase that will get located.
When Your Honor,
not looking at the monitor really.
I don't know, let's have the bailiff from the development.
Can you tell what we're seeing in that picture?
Can you point to what you're referring to? Describe the 72-hour kit.
So these black bags.
Mr. Wood, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
These black bags with the 72-hour kits. There's some underneath here that you can't see. There's some here, and then that's the Star Wars suitcase that I was referring to earlier.
So often that black garbage bags feature in true crime, right?
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7E?
That's the top of the stairwell, looking down towards the bottom of the stairwell. This part right here goes into the front room, and the front door is right here.
It's ridiculous that we're in the 21st century and we're getting 1980s quality coverage.
Exhibit 7F.
Photography doesn't look very good either.
So when you come up the stairwell, immediately to your left is this entrance here. Like I testified, there was bedding, pillows, everything looked normal in the room at that point. This is a bathroom as well.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7H?
7H is what caused some red flags for us when we were searching the apartment.
Why was that?
Because of all these empty hangers. People go on trips.
Judge, I'm going to object as unresponsive. There isn't a question here, it's a narrative.
It's the same.
There definitely is a bit of an uproar.
Detective, I asked you why the empty closet was concerning to you.
So there's the empty
Because
closet.
when
Can
we
you
made contact
coat
with
hangers there?
Lori Vallow
No clothing on
the day
them.
before, she had lived in the apartment. She was in the apartment. living.
See where the cursor is?
The very next morning, when we served the warrant, this is what we found, empty hangers.
And Detective, why would empty hangers be concerning to you?
Because it appeared to us that she grabbed her clothes, left everything else and took off.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7I?
This was a bedroom. If you walk down the hall towards the west, this is the bedroom on the right hand side. This is the bedroom we found Alex Cox, some of Alex Cox's belongings in. So this is the bedroom to the right.
And what belongings of his did you find there?
There was a plastic tub with some of his belongings in, some hygiene things that had his name on it, things like
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7J?
This is the same bedroom. There's one of the plastic tubs that had some belongings of Alex. There's some prescription pills up here that had Alex's name on them. And then there was some white Tyvek suits that were in the closet area.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7K?
This is the room to the left. So the previous room was to the right. This is the room to the left. It had twin beds, bedding, everything looked normal in that room as well.
So I just want to react to Maria's question. Do the jurors have actual screens? Yeah, as far as I remember, there were at least it was about two jurors per screen. So there were multiple screens. This screen is, I think, for the benefit of the gallery, and as you can see, it's not terribly good. I don't really think you should really have this sort of projector type screen in modern courtrooms. Rather use monitors, like flat screen monitors. I think they've just turned the lights on. I'm not quite sure what they've done. But yeah, so the jurors do have their own individual monitors, not one each, but 2 to 3 to a monitor.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move for admission of State's Exhibit 7G.
Any objection?
No, John.
All right, Exhibit 7G is admitted as well.
Yeah, I feel the same. When I was watching the jury selection, I thought this is going to be a real slog of a trial to get through if this is what it's like day after day after day.
Is this the rental
I mean,
agreement?
it's almost,
Yes,
the
it is.
quality is almost
And
so bad that
You
it's not
testified
worth
earlier
doing.
about searching the storage unit, correct?
Correct.
Was this the rental agreement that led you to that storage unit?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going to give you a live stream, but we're going to frustrate you by making it
Your Honor,
hard to
I'd
hear
ask
and hard to
the
see.
witness be
Okay?
handed what's been marked.
Because we
State's
prefer that
Exhibit
you don't watch it.
8
Okay.
A through 8Q.
But again, bear in mind, this is a improvement on the Laurie Vallow trial where nothing was live streamed. They audio streamed that, but it was delayed audio. So you can see what the opinion is of this court of that whole thing, of what the public want and what the media wishes and needs, or you can see what the opinion is of it. There's also big drama when I was in Boise. Someone apparently lifted their phone, and their phone was immediately confiscated. And the claim was made that it looked like they were taking a photo, and the person responded saying, no, I was holding my phone up and responding to a message in a way that made it look like I was taking a photo. But you just got a real sense of the antagonism both ways. That person was an author and I think social media creator, got really upset and really angry, and the court also seemed to be, you could, I don't know, so you could just tell what the feeling was both ways. My feeling is really, the court should get precedence. The main priority isn't the media, but that doesn't mean the media should be given zero priority. Like if you're going to decide to make it available, then make it properly available. You don't make it half available, kind of thing. Maybe, another side to it is also you've got to bear in mind there are going to be family members testifying. How do they feel? Are they going to feel nervous? Are they going to feel reluctant if people are doing analysis of their micro expression? So if that is the argument, my counter argument to that is, well, then when the family members on trial, then you can pull back, be practical. As you say. Yeah. I do have to say, I think it's kind of calmer, like I often feel the media and social media have no respect for the court process, right? Often feel that way. And they treat it like it's a circus. And this, I think, is in a weird way, the same, us getting the same medicine, basically saying, well, okay, we'll give you media coverage, but we'll give you the minimum. We'll make it a real slog for you to get through this. That's what
do states exhibit 8A through 8M report to be?
Photographs that we had taken in number 175 in the garage.
And what day were these photographs taken?
November 27th, 2019.
And was this a part of the search that you testified to earlier?
Yes,
And you were present in the garage?
that's correct.
Were these items laid out in this manner when you got to the garage?
No.
Were they taken out to be photographed?
Yes,
And did you observe that taking place?
I did.
Right. And other than moving those items to be photographed, are these pictures, are these items in the same condition that you observed them that day?
Yes, in the same condition, like I testified to, we manipulated some of them so we get better photographs.
He's talking about items in the
And are they
garage.
true and accurate representations of what you observed in the garage of that apartment that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of States Exhibit 8A through 8M
Let's have a look.
We are dealing with.
I'm sorry. Should have said 8L.
Any objection as it relates to 8A through L?
Judge, what are any objections?
Very well.
Officer, as before, were you present when the pictures were taken?
Yes,
What was the name of the person who took the pictures?
Detective Dave Hope.
Were you present at the exact time the pictures were taken of all of these items?
Yes, I was.
Who else was present at the time that these pictures were taken?
I couldn't tell you who else was in the room.
Well, we were in a garage, weren't we?
Couldn't tell you who else was in the garage.
Were there so many people there that you don't know?
No, I
Your
just,
Honor, this doesn't go to foundation.
That's quite a snarky remark.
I'll allow one more.
There's so many people in the garage, you didn't know how many there were.
So many people in the garage, you didn't know who was there.
oh, I just can't recall their names at this.
They're not officers that work with you.
They are.
How big of a garage are we talking about?
I couldn't testify to that.
This is what I call nitpicking.
Car garage, one car garage.
As far as I think we're getting across here, is this a foundation objection still?
Judge, I'm trying to establish. Judge, I'll move on. Say that.
All right, the court's considered foundation objection as it relates to exhibits A through L. I'll overrule the objection and those may be admitted.
Another overruled objection.
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in states dated 8A?
So when I testified earlier about various magazines, weapons, there were knives, this is where we found those items. And
I
this,
just want to stop you real quick to clarify, when you say magazines, what type of magazine are you referring to?
magazines that go in rifles.
And you testified that you removed these items to take pictures of.
Correct.
And what did you observe in states exhibit 8A?
So here's some of the various magazines that we took out of some of the tubs. There's some ammunition.
Okay, so you're talking about
a few
ammunition magazines, so that
suppressors
found
screw on to
kind
the
of
end
signs
the
of
gun, the
firearms and
muzzles
weapons in the garage.
There's a ghillie suit. Different items in this photo.
Remember, someone shot out of the Jeep, shot towards Mr. Boudreau. There was also
Could you tell me what you
the
observed?
gunshot
in States Exhibit 8B?
in Chad's garden that was overheard. And
So these were items that were located in black plastic bags, which are right here in 22. So we simply took those items out of these plastic bags and laid them out so we get photographs of them.
so there's ammunition in the garage and children that are absent. Ammunition present, children and children's clothing absent.
These are various caliber ammunition in plastic bags that were located in plastic tubs in the garage.
When you say ammunition, those are for bullets, correct?
Correct.
What did you observe in states exhibit 8B?
This was one of the rifles that we had located in the garage in apartment 175. It's got duct tape here. What you can't see up top. is-
Judge, I'm responsive.
So I just want to, okay, look at all of those firearms in that.
Like I was testifying to, at the top of this rifle.
Apparently Cox purchased
It's leaded
46
for
guns.
A suppressor to muffle the sound of a gunshot.
Can you believe it? 46 guns. A little bit like
What did you?
Rex Hewerman, who had, I think, what, 300?
This rifle here is the exact same rifle from the previous picture. There's also another rifle that was in the bag, and that's this one here.
Exactly what
This
you'd
photograph
need
was taken
for the end of the world,
at
right?
the police department once we got the items back.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8F?
This is the rifle in the previous picture that was back here. It's just a close-up of that rifle.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8G?
Those are what I call the suppressors. From earlier that there was a photograph of these two men on the garage floor. This is just a close-up of both of those suppressors.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8H?
These are knives that were found amongst the ammunition in
Also remember, Alex
Yeah,
shot Charles Vallow twice.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8I?
This is just a handgun that was also located, but it's still in the case inside the garage.
Did you observe in State's Exhibit 8J?
This is a Halloween mask, or what we think is a Halloween mask, that was located in a plastic bag in the garage along with duct tape and rope.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8K?
Once we remove the Halloween mask, this is the duct tape and the rope I was referring to in a Walmart bag.
Fine. What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8L?
That is a passport that's located in belongings in that garage belonging to Alex Cox.
Looks like Alex Cox.
And Your Honor, I'd ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 8M through 8Q. Very well.
Karen, yeah, the asphyxiation and likely poisoning / sedation was the second attempt, yeah. You can think quite a lot of money did go into these firearms.
Briefly review.
Good point.
810 through 816.
Okay.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to be?
These are items also located in the garage of 175.
It's kind of an arsenal for an apocalypse, isn't it?
Not yet. Did you observe these items with your own eyes?
Yes, I did.
And you saw these on November 27th during your search of apartment 175?
Correct.
I believe you testified they were also in the garage.
That's correct.
Are these true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 8M through 8Q. Any objection?
Yes, one to your native objection, Judge.
So if you look at this
Officer,
graphic
previously
that's on screen, I'm just going to
testified
turn the volume off for a second. Damn, I knew that was going to happen. Let's see if I can get it back. Let's put the volume on in the meantime.
You removed those from packages or boxes, and you laid them out to take pictures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take?
Okay, while that's going on, let's just have a look at this graphic. Can you guys see that? And if you look at this graphic, you can see that Alex married someone called Zulima Pastenas. And that was actually very close. I think he was married to her for about a month before he died. And he was actually told to marry somebody. I don't know whether that came from Laurie or from Chad or from both of them, but that is also quite interesting, is this idea that, well, now that Laurie's going to be with Chad, Alex, we need to get you a wife. Just make one wonder. Also, it's easy to forget that Laurie had another child as well in Colby Ryan. You don't really hear that much from him. You also don't hear that much from David Warwick. He was Melanie Gibbs' partner. As far as I know, they're not together anymore. I could be wrong. And then Melanie Pavlovsky, that's Laurie's niece, she also seemed to realize that Brandon Boudreaux had become a zombie and needed to die as well. So just gives you another dimension to everything. Look at who's deceased. Alex Cox, deceased. Tammy Daybell, deceased. Joseph Ryan, deceased. Tylee Ryan, deceased. Charles Vello, deceased. Joseph Vello, deceased.
10 to 12, I would say.
In the afternoon, in the morning, when?
10 o'clock in the morning till 12 noon.
And you were present when they were taking these out of the tubs?
That's correct.
As you say, she's the central link.
And who took these pictures of us?
Detective Hope.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, I'll overrule an objection on foundation relating to exhibits.
Okay, another
8
objection that's been overruled. I think, is that about half a dozen now? That's on day one. And to me, it's a bit of a nothing burger. He's objecting about, do you know who the photographer was? It looks like he's doing something, but is he really any influence? Sorry about that.
That is what appears to be an email printed item that was located in the garage at 175.
It's a printed
There's some
email.
handwritten scribbles on it, some names, numbers associated with those names.
And at the time that you found those documents, did you understand what that meant?
No.
Were you able to determine, you said it was an email, who the sender of the email was?
Yes,
Who was it?
Chad Daybell.
Were you able to determine who the recipient of the email was?
I don't recall the recipient. Just
No.
who sent it.
Oh, I apologize, I didn't get that down.
I just remember who sent the email.
And were you able to tell what date it was sent?
I believe it was October of 2018.
Is there a specific date?
I would have to look at it a little closer. It's in the upper left-hand corner.
Second, I'm going to have states exhibit 8 and if you can describe what you observed there for the jury.
So I don't know if this is the email that is being referred to.
Photograph from,
It's an email sent by Chad
last
Daybell
slide.
to a realtor shortly after he and Lori were married.
It states
He
exhibit
described
8,
them as a
so
clean couple with no pets and no children.
presume, oh,
Can you guys see that?
That's also more of the same email papers from the last slide.
We are interested in seeing this property.
Okay,
Would
by
the
the way,
owners be interested in leasing this
have
property to a
states
clean
exhibit 8
couple
that
with no pets
Would you be able
or
to update
children?
the-
Question mark.
the emails.
From Chair Daybell, dated November 8th, 2019. I don't know if that's what they're referring to here, but I wouldn't be surprised.
What is the date on that email?
October 30th, 2018.
And then detective, what did you observe in states exhibit 8P?
Those were also in the tab books written by Chad Daybell.
Thanks a lot, Gayla. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And then lastly, what did you observe in states exhibit 8Q?
That was a cell phone that was also found in the tub in the garage.
Were you able to look and get that cell phone at any time?
As far as forensically,
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to tell you unless I looked at the report.
They did. They did. So, getting rid of the dog is also telling you that they've gotten rid of JJ. Good point. Good point. I can't get over how this marshal walks like a
We've
cowboy.
been talking
Just
about.
put a cowboy
the
hat on
search
his head.
November 27th, correct?
Correct.
And at any time that day, did you locate JJ Ballard?
No.
What was the next step in your investigation to find JJ?
Our next step was to talk to anybody that would take our phone calls. JJ was,
Judge, I'm going to object. This is again becoming a narrative.
Your Honor, you still just answering the basic question.
Overruled that objection.
Another objection overruled.
JJ was who we were looking for. And so we were exhausting every effort to find JJ. So we would call his siblings, family members, any family friends, anybody that might know the whereabouts of JJ.
So who were some of those family members that you spoke with?
We ended up speaking with Brandon Boudreaux, Melanie Boudreaux, JJ's brother, Colby Ryan, Gilbert Police. Ended up speaking with family members down there. That's who we spoke.
At any time during your investigation, did the scope of the search change into who you were looking for?
It did.
Why was that?
After we spoke with Colby Ryan, who is JJ's brother, he mentioned that he
Judge,
had,
I'm going to object. This is hearsay.
Sustained. Detective, at any time did the scope of your search change to include the search for Ty Lane?
it did.
And so let's go back to your search very briefly on November 27th. Did you see Ty Ryan at that apartment at any time?
No.
And during your intermittent surveillance you talked about in early November, had you seen Tylee Ryan?
No,
Did you ever meet Tylee Ryan?
no,
Did you become familiar with who she was through your investigation?
yes, we did.
How did you do that?
After speaking with Colby, our search encompassed JJ and Tyler.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 5. I believe this comes in by stipulation. It does.
Some people have said that this case has been very well investigated. I'm not sure if I agree.
Exhibit 5.
Some aspects, yes, some aspects, no.
Thank you. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 5?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a birth certificate issues out of the state of Texas.
Your Honor, may I publish that for the jury?
No objection.
Well, Detective, were you able to read that on the screen?
Yes,
You could point out with your pointer the name of the individual for who that birth certificate applies.
the name is Tyler
Good point.
Ashley Ryan.
And what was the date of her birth?
September 24th, 2002,
And where was she?
Travis County, Texas.
And just for purposes of the record, can you state who her father was?
Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr.,
And who was her mother?
Lori Noreen Cox.
Through your investigation, have you learned of Lori Vallow's maiden name?
Yes,
What was it? Cox. Okay. So Detective, you testified that at this point you were approximately when did the scope of your search widen to include Tylee Ryan?
it was after we spoke with Colby on December 11th, 2019. We entered JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan into what we call NICMIC, which is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So on December 11th, 2019, we entered both of those children as missing and dead.
How does NICMIC work?
It's a center where
I'm going to object at this point on the foundation.
Another objection.
Additional foundation, I agree with has been.
Okay. Can you restate again what the acronym NICMIC stands for?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
And is that associated with the government entity?
It is.
Do you know which entity?
I don't.
Have you ever used NICMIC before in your job as a detective?
Yes.
How have you used it before?
When we have missing children, we enter and call NICMIC, enter the information, and it goes into the database.
Mr. Wood, for the record, could you indicate what that acronym?
Yes, Your Honor, it's NCMEC. Thank you. If you'd like the detective, can you just state what that stands for again?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Did you include any other law enforcement agencies in this search?
We did. After November 27th, we reached out for assistance from the FBI. We reached out for Fremont County. So we were in contact with Gilbert Police, Chandler Police, anywhere down there where JJ or Tylee lived or could possibly be at.
And did you ever try to contact Lori Daybell in regards to the whereabouts for children?
Absolutely.
How did you do that?
We tried contacting Lori by her cell phone. We also attempted to contact.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. Were you able to talk to her?
No, her cell phone was shut off.
Did you ever attempt to contact Chad Daybell in regards to the location of the children?
Yes, we did.
How did you do that?
We attempted to contact him through his cell phone.
And were you able to get in touch with him?
No, it was also shut off.
And at any time,
This
did
guy's struggling to
Lori
stay
Vallow
awake.
ever call the Rexburg police to report missing children?
Unless they're just
Judge,
reaching down
objection.
for something.
Foundation.
Response, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, it's just a basic question that I think it's in line with the question we've been going through. I don't know additional foundation.
Foundation is overruled. Witness to answer.
Did you ask that again, please?
Did Lori Vallow ever contact the Rexburg police, to your knowledge, regarding missing children?
No, she didn't.
Did Chad Daybell ever contact the Rexburg police regarding missing children?
I'll renew my objection, Judge. Knowledge foundation.
It's overruled.
Not sure if they have improved the sound.
No, he didn't.
Detective, when you place the children in the NCMEC database, you receive tips from that.
Yes, we set up tip hotlines through NCMEC, also through the FBI and through the Rexburg Police Department. So anybody with any information on those two missing children could call any one of those numbers and provide us with any information.
And did you ever receive tips through NCMEC regarding JJ Vallow, Tyler Lane?
Yes, we did.
What would you do when you received those tips?
When we would receive the tips, we would assign it a tip number. And those tips were followed up on by detectives or other officers. So as soon as those tips came in, they would give a number and assigned to an officer or detective. Follow.
And would those tips, when they come in, do they have a phone number associated with them?
A lot of times they did have a phone number. A lot of them were anonymous. They didn't want to get involved. So some of them had phone numbers where we could follow up, others didn't.
And if someone submits an anonymous tip through NCMEC, is there anything you can do to follow up on that?
It depends on the information they gave us, but we would follow up with any information that they had put on the tip.
And when a tip comes in with a phone number, would you call those individuals back?
Yes.
Did you ever alert the public that the children were missing?
We did. We held a press conference on November 20th, 2019, and alerted the public that we had two missing children in our area.
And after that press release came out, did you receive tips after that?
Yes, we did.
And did you follow up on those tips as well?
Yes, we did.
Did any of those tips ever lead you to finding JJ Vallow?
No,
Did any of those tips lead you to finding Tyler Lane?
no.
Detective, regarding Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, are you aware if a child protection action was filed in Madison County?
Yes, it was.
Were you involved with that?
I was the one who wrote the affidavit.
And what was the purpose of that action?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the officer's response is. I was the one who wrote the affidavit. Thank you.
You want me to ask questions?
I will, I was just looking at witness previous order.
Yes.
Detective, what was the purpose of that affidavit?
To get Lori to produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of.
And are you aware if there was an order issued in that child protection action?
There was.
What did it order?
It ordered Lori Vallow to produce her children within 5 days of being served at court record.
Detective, were you ever able to locate Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
Yes, we were.
How did you do that?
A few different ways. Some of the tips that came in gave us location in Kauai, also through cell phone data.
Judge, can I have some foundation as to the time, date, location?
There's a foundational objection, Mr. Wood.
I'll just ask some questions, Your Honor. So, approximately when did you learn about the location of Chad and Lori?
Beginning of January of 2020.
And you stated earlier, but what kind of tips gave you that information?
Eyewitnesses that would call in that said they saw Lori and Chad on the island of Kauai.
And where is Kauai?
In Hawaii.
Did you ever write warrants to aid or apply for warrants to aid you in finding Chad and Lori?
Yes.
What kind of warrants were those?
We wrote warrants for cell phone data, geofence location, a few different warrants through cell phone companies to assist us in finding Chad and Lori or their location.
And did any of the data you received from those help you locate them?
Yes, it did.
Jacob, did you ever go to Kauai as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do when did you get there?
I got to Kauai January 24th, 2020.
And once you got there, what was the purpose?
January 24th.
We went there to aid and assist the Kauai Police Department in serving that court order to.
So Chad and
JJ Tylee to the Rexburg.
Laurie must have been there at least 2 months.
And did you see Chad and Lori Daybell in Kauai?
Yes, we did.
You mentioned assisting the Kauai Police Department in serving that order. Are you aware if Lori Vallow was served with that order?
Yeah, she was on January 5th, 2019. Correction, 2020.
While you were in Kauai, did you do anything else?
We
Surfing?
observed the Kauai Police Department serve 2 search warrants. One on Chad and Lori's condo and the other on the rental vehicle.
The rental
Did you
vehicle.
perform those searches as well? Or just observe the Kauai Police Department do it?
No, we just observed and we went ahead and served.
Do you recall where?
Thanks for that date, Mel.
In Kauai?
I don't recall the physical address, but it was Princeville.
And is that a town or city in Kauai?
Yes.
When you observed the search of the residents they were living in Princeville, after the Kauai Police Department did their search, were you able to walk through that residence?
Yes, I was.
Alright. What did you observe at that residence?
Everything looked normal. It appeared two adults were living there. There were beach towels, two beach towels, everything was in pairs.
One wonders how long they would have lived in
Couches.
Hawaii if the police
Everything was
didn't
concealed.
pitch up. Would they have stayed there
Did
forever?
you see JJ Vallow there?
No,
Did you see Tyler Ryan there?
no,
Did you see anything that would have indicated to you that a child was living there?
no, I didn't.
Did you observe anything that would have indicated to you that a teenager was living there?
No.
Detective, to your knowledge, did Lori Vallow ever produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health and Welfare?
No, she didn't.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the
Well said.
witness be handed State's Exhibit 6.
I thought Rexburg was supposed to be where the end of the world was going to happen, and then they go to paradise. We are gods. Let's go straight to paradise. Well, what about your flock? You're right, Christine. It does make you wonder how long would they have stayed in Hawaii if the police didn't come and get them?
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
It's a photograph of Kylie Ryan.
Did you, as part of your search, did you look at Tyler Ryan's social media?
Yes, we did.
To your knowledge, was this image obtained from her social media?
It was taken from her Instagram account.
And so as part of your search, did you personally observe her Instagram account?
Yes, I did.
And did you personally observe this image on her Instagram?
Yes, I did.
Is this a true and accurate representation of what you observed on her Instagram?
Yes.
And also, as part of your investigation, did you see other pictures of Tyler Ryan?
Yes, I did.
And is this individual, is that a true and accurate representation of Tyler Ryan?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for State's Exhibit 6 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 6 has been offered and admitted without objection, so it's in the record and will be published if you wish, Mr. Ward.
Thank you. Detective, is this the exhibit we were just speaking of?
Yes, it is.
What was the username on the account that you put on that picture?
Tylee A. Ryan.
And this individual is the Tylee Ryan that you came to recognize through your search.
That's correct.
Detective, I want to ask you about the phrase proof of life. Are you familiar with that phrase?
I am.
As a detective, what does that mean to you?
Proof of life is any documentation, any video, photograph, anything that we can use to show the last time somebody was saw alive or seen alive.
That was May 14,
Pursuant to your investigation, did you find a last known proof of life for Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
How did you locate that?
That was taken from Lori Vallow's iCloud account.
And what, do you know which iCloud account it was taken from?
Lori for Style at iCloud.com.
And what was the form of that proof of life?
It was a photograph of Tylee taken at West Yellowstone.
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask the state or the witness be handed State's Exhibit 29A, 29B,
That was 2016.
and 13, and I believe these come in by way of stipulation.
All right, defense for me as well.
Judge, that's correct, by way of stipulation.
All right. All the-
Excuse me.
Have a quick sidebar, counsel.
Sure.
This is a very different looking Lori Vallow. One does wonder whether Lori felt that Tylee wasn't the child that she wanted, that Tylee wasn't more like her or whatever. One just wonders what Lori really thought of Tylee. If you think about it, Colby is still alive, so in some way Colby must have been adequate, in whatever calculus Colby was okay, but in whatever calculus Tylee wasn't in Lori's mind. And then also JJ. Of course, you could say it's simply that they were living with her and she needed her kids not to be living with her and Colby wasn't. So it could be as simple as that.
Be submitted to the witness. And I will note that exhibits 29A and B and exhibit 13 are all admitted without objection. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
I think you're right. It's a good point.
Detective, would you look at State's Exhibit?
You really get that impression with old Charles Vallow thing where even in the aftermath,
What does that look like?
Tylee was on.
That is the photograph taken from Lori Stiles' iPod. They testified to a remove Tylee and Stiles.
If I may publish.
Yes.
I'm really hungry. I didn't eat during the lunch breaks, and it's now 10:20 at night. I'm definitely pretty hungry.
By the individuals in that.
Oh, we know that picture.
Sure. The little boy is JJ Vallow. Tylee Ryan's in the middle, and their uncle Alex Cox.
Give me a second.
And as part of this exhibit, did it contain metadata?
Yes, it did.
And did the metadata in this instance, well, can you describe to the jury what metadata is?
Sure. Metadata is like a time and date, it has a time and date stamp with a photograph that's taken. So it's just data associated with the photograph.
And this photo was accompanied by metadata?
That's correct.
And what date was this photograph taken?
September 8th, 2019 at 2:49 p.m.
And you testified earlier.
2:49 p.m.
And you testified earlier that this was in Yellowstone?
Yes,
How do you know that that's Yellowstone?
I've been there.
So you personally recognize that location?
Correct.
that revisiting this idea of proof of life. Throughout your investigation, were you ever able to find photographs dated
That
later
was-
than that of Tylee Ryan?
Tylee's last proof of life in that image from Yellowstone. Very happy, very
And can you
misleading.
describe just quickly where you found that photograph?
Thanks, guys. Dee
From
Patterson,
the
Christine
iCloud
Webb,
account
thanks so
associated
much.
with
Appreciate
that.
it. Thanks.
And I believe you already said it, but just for purposes of the record, what was the name of that iCloud?
Lori for style at iCloud.com.
And how do you know that that account was associated with Lori Vallow?
The information attached to it and also the photographs that were attached.
And when you say photographs, what type of photographs led you to believe that that was attached to Lori Vallow?
Family photographs, Lori Vallow's photographs with her in the photos.
Detective, pursuant to your investigation, are you aware of a last known proof of life for J.J. Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, asked this, the witness behind states Exhibit 14.
The last proof of life, anyone know the answer? What was the last proof of life for JJ? For Tylee, it was the picture you've just seen. Anyone know what the last proof of life was for JJ? It's just quite different.
From our record, again, Mr. Wood, it's been stipulated to, and more than if it is. Is there an objection to the 14 minute?
No, Judge, it was entered by stipulation of parties.
Some good answers here.
Is admitted.
Well said
Detective, what is
as well.
That is a photograph of JJ sitting on a couch
There you go.
in what appears to be the front room of apartment 175.
Red
And
pajamas.
where did you locate this picture?
That was also on Lori for Style, iCloud.com.
And
That's this image.
you mentioned you believe you recognize the location. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, it appears to be the front room sitting on the couch that was found in Lori Vallow's apartment 175.
And did this picture have, well, may I publish a picture of you one?
Looks the same, right?
Can you just describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 2?
That's JJ Vallow sitting on the couch in red pajamas.
And did this picture, was this picture accompanied by metadata?
It was,
Is this the metadata that accompanied that picture?
yes.
Can you, what was the date of that picture?
September 22nd, 2019.
So this was September 22nd. The Yellowstone was September 8th.
And just to clarify, what iCloud account was that picture taken from?
Also Lori for Style, iCloud.
So Detective, you testified earlier that, well, you testified earlier that an order was served on Lori Vallow to produce her children.
Thanks a lot, Sue. You don't need to feel guilty. I'll be fine during the next break.
Our next step in that investigation was to reach out to anybody that would possibly know where JJ was.
Who would you reach out to?
We reached out to family, the FBI, other agencies, anybody that would take our calls, tips that were coming in.
Detective, while you were doing this investigation, were you aware of any investigation in Fremont County regarding Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And what did you know? Were you a part of that investigation?
I was a part of it, but my focus was mainly JJ and Tyler.
And
3
what was the
murders in
investigation
2 months. I mean, what is worse? Killing someone,
A suspicious
killing
death
3 people in 1 day, or
involving
killing
the
3
defendant
people,
Daybell's
one, and then you've got time
And
to
as
feel
part of
bad
your
about it. If
investigation,
you
did
don't,
you
then
know
you kill
when she
another.
died?
And then you've
Yes.
got time to feel bad and
October
change your mind,
19th,
and then you kill another.
2019.
You testified that your
Still don't have
primary
remorse, you
focus
know.
was
And that
located
is the
in
height of
Correct.
premeditation.
That's correct.
Your Honor, we just have a very brief sidebar.
Yes.
Okay, another sidebar. So just for those who are unsure, the last proof of life of Tylee, so obviously JJ appears in that picture as well, is 8th of September at Yellowstone. You actually see Alex Cox in the background. Everyone's smiling. Then Tylee probably died September, well, that night or September 9th, because Alex Cox was running around Chad Daybell's property for quite a long time on September 9th, which he didn't do on September 23rd. On September 22nd, you've got the last proof of life of JJ in the red pajamas. That's also when Melanie and David Warwick, her partner, came to visit, saw JJ there, didn't see Tylee there. JJ was, Melanie was told that JJ was climbing up the walls, basically, or climbing up the cabinets, knocked over a portrait of Jesus, had become a zombie, and I think David saw JJ being carried, looked like he was asleep, being carried by Alex, and that was the last time he was ever seen. And then Alex Cox's phone pinged at the Daybell property the very next morning, the morning of September 23rd. So it looks like there was a 2-week span between the murder of Tylee, September 9th, and the murder of JJ, September 23rd, and then about 4 weeks before the murder of Tammy Daybell. Sidebar over.
To make every effort to be concluding trial each day at 3:30, including today. We are going to take our mid-afternoon break at this time. And just for your reference as well, in case I forget to mention, we'll be going through evidence and testimony again tomorrow, scheduled 8:30 to 3:30. And then with some scheduling issues, we are going to not be holding court on Friday. And so we'll be back on Monday. I just want to make you aware of that schedule as well. So we'll go until 3:30 today, but at this time we will take our break. So if we can try to keep the break to 20 minutes, I appreciate it. With that, I'll apologize for the jury.
Cool. So you heard that no court on no court on Friday. I believe this today started at 9:30. As far as I know, tomorrow starts at 8:30. I could be wrong. I'm not sure if because Idaho's got kind of a funny time zone. I'm not sure if I've got that wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so we are going to go on a bit of a break. I'm really glad. I'm going to quickly get something to eat. And I'll see you guys in about 20 minutes. See, so they can change the camera a little bit if they want to. Okay. See you guys in a bit.
Thank you. Please be seated. We've got the jurors return, please.
Thank you.
Council, while we're waiting for the jurors, we will take up on the record at the conclusion of today, after the jurors can dismiss, the issue of further stipulated exhibits, and I'll bring that up before we conclude for the day.
All rise.
All juries present and accounted for.
Very well. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record after our mid-afternoon break. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue the examination of the witness, and I'll remind the witness, of course, you're still under oath. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. And I need to just take up a couple of issues for clarification of the record. Detective, you spoke earlier about searching Lori Vallow's residence.
Correct.
And yeah, you stated the address. What city was that address located in?
Rexford.
And what state is Rexford in?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you ever help execute a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
I did. I executed a couple of warrants.
Okay. When was the first one?
January 3rd of 2020.
And Chad Daybell's residence, what county is that located?
Madison County.
What's his address?
202 North, 1900 East.
And is that, and what city is it listed as?
It's listed as Rexford. It's actually in Fremont County, but it's listed correct.
Okay, so just to be clear, did you just misspeak when you said it was in this?
I did. I mean, to say it correct.
Okay, and it's what county?
Fremont County.
All right, thank you. And you testified that you did a search there on January 3rd.
Correct.
Was that search in aid of another investigative agency?
It was.
Which agency was that?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And do you recall what the purpose of that search was for?
I don't recall what the probable cause or the reason for the search was at that time.
So you didn't write the affidavit?
Sure.
Did you have any other occasion where you served a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes, June 9th, 2020.
When you served that warrant on June 9th, 2020, what time did you arrive at Chad Daybell's residence?
Roughly about 7 in the morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 10A. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 10A?
Yes, I am.
What does it purport to be?
It's a aerial image taken from Google Earth of the defendant Daybell's property.
So, do you know who prepared that image?
I did.
Right. But you didn't take the picture
No.
because it's a satellite photo, correct?
Correct.
Have you been, I believe you testified you have been to Chad Daybell's residence.
Yes.
Have you walked around the grounds of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
And have you been inside his home?
I have.
Are you familiar with the landmarks of that residence in the yard?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with,
Chad sitting like a statue.
you're familiar with the general layout of the yard and what's located in it?
That's correct.
And is this image an accurate representation of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, the state moves to admit Exhibit 10A.
Any objection?
Objection, one year remaining objection.
Right.
Now, sir, approximately how much property are we talking about?
I couldn't tell you the amount of property.
And the prosecuting attorney mentioned the yard. Now, I believe the yard usually means where there's grass. So you're familiar with what's on the grass, is that right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, and I'll represent to you that there's about 4.5 acres out there. Does that sound close to me?
Okay.
Okay. And I'll represent to you that there's an area that's known as the yard, that's a lawn area, that you would mow with a lawnmower. Are you following me?
Yes.
This is testimonial.
Judge, I'm trying to, says that he's familiar with the yard.
Well, I understand. I think we're going into cross-examination now, which will be permitted. The question is on an issue of foundation or other objection.
It does feel slow from this side as well.
So, Mr. Carter, what would be the foundational objection?
Does feel very slow.
He's familiar with pasture, 3.5.
And if day one feels like this, you can only imagine, right?
All right, response, Mr. Wood?
I think the question is accurate.
All right, based on foundation and with the testimony of the witness about his knowledge of this property, court will overrule the foundation objection, allow the exhibit 10A to be admitted, and you can delve into those issues by cross, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll publish that shortly. Detective, so you testified that you executed a search warrant on June 9th, 2020.
Correct.
What time of the day did you arrive at Chad Daybell's residence?
Roughly 7 in the morning.
And was it only the Rexburg police or were there other agencies involved?
At that time, there was Fremont County and Rexburg City Police that went to his house at 7.
And did any other agencies help you that day on that search?
They did.
Who were they?
The FBI ERT team, which is the evidence recovery team, the Attorney General's office, Fremont County. I believe that's it.
Okay. And you testified you got there about 7 o'clock.
Yes.
When you first arrived, who was with you?
So I do apologize. Could I have a quick sidebar with counsel? I'd like to discuss this exhibit briefly.
Kat says, so Kat Kruger was in court. I actually met her when I was in Boise last year. Kat says that Pryor is an extremely odd individual. He has this permanent look of outrage mixed with mirth. Is that what you mean to say, mirth? Well, Kat says, Chad looks pretty darn good. I was thinking that he looked younger. Wow. So Chad seems to be doing prison seems to be doing him a favor. Maybe it's like the fountain of youth for Chad. Who knew? I must say, Laurie looked haggard when I saw her. She looked older. She looked not good. Basically, she looked the worst I'd ever seen her. But what kind of made an impression was I didn't realize she was so small. She's a diminutive person. Whereas Chad is a fairly large fellow. Wow, Kat says it was 100% packed, okay. Because it kind of looks like there's a few empty seats in the back, but maybe that's misleading. Okay. That's interesting. Some people left after lunch. Pryor is insufferable, and the courtroom is really hot. It's interesting because is it the internal heating that is the reason for that? Because I remember it being pretty cold, but I was in Boise I was there in April. So I don't know, have they turned their heating up, or is the weather outside just totally different from last year? Also, I suppose you wouldn't have noticed the poor quality of the camera angles. I don't suppose anyone mentioned that to the judge. Oh, okay, so it is quite warm. So it's amazing how different the weather was, or the weather is this year compared to last year. Last year I still remember thinking, I was walking around Boise and I was just thinking, this would be the coldest day of the entire year where I live. And it was this time of year, like not midwinter in Boise, basically late spring. I just remember it being bitterly, bitterly cold. And then there were some days that were crisp and nice. They barely turned on the AC. Okay. Wow. So it just seems like the courtroom is a little bit of a fossil. That, they are a little bit behind the times in looking after people's interests. Yeah, I think so too. Think so too. Is Kay in court? I see Larry is there, but is Kay there? I can't quite see if she's sitting next to him. Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what we've been saying, which I think is not very nice, to put it mildly. I think it's unreasonable. I think it's shows a kind of contempt that the court folk have for the public, to be quite honest. Isn't that Larry? Can you see where my cursor is? It's just, isn't that Larry over there? That might be Kay, I guess.
All right, Mr. Wood, apologies for the court's interruption, discussing that last exhibit. You can continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Your Honor, could I have the court reporter read back the last question I asked?
It's kind of a half question. When you first arrived, who was, the question before that was, and you testified you got there about 7 o'clock, answer yes.
That's right. Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Detective, when you arrived around 7 o'clock,
Over there.
who was with you at that time?
There was myself, Lieutenant Ron Ball at the time, Detective Kai Kamani, and Detective Bruce Madigan, and also Detective Dave Steps.
All right. So can you go back to those individuals and say where they, who they were employed by real quick?
Lieutenant Ron Ball with Rexburg Police, Detective Stubbs is also with Rexburg Police. Detective Kai Kamani and Madigan are both Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And just for clarity of the record, is Detective Ball still with the Rexburg Police?
No.
Okay, and what organization is he with now?
Madison County Sheriff's Office.
And Detective Kai Kamani, is he still with Fremont County?
No, he's also with Madison County Sheriff's Office.
All right, that's just clarity, thank you. So when you got there, what did you do?
Initially, we knocked on the front door.
Wow.
We made contact with Mark Daybell, who's the defendant Daybell's son. He answered the door. He was eating a bowl of cereal. It was early in the morning. We informed Mark of why we were there and that we needed to speak with his dad. He stated his dad was still asleep, and we showed him a copy of the warrant, and he proceeded to let us in and show us where his father was.
And did you make contact with Mr. David that morning?
We did. He showed us that he was sleeping in bedroom above a loft, above the garage. So we walked up the stairs, just a few of us. Detective Kai Kamani and Maddie, we stayed back. We informed Chad that we were there and needed to speak with him. He was still asleep. He asked if we get some clothes on. We allowed him to do that and came downstairs with us.
And
Yeah, I
did
think
you
that
provide a
is
copy of the warrant?
that is definitely
We did.
And what happened
a
next?
concern.
Mr. Daybell asked to speak with his attorney. We were standing in the kitchen area. He had a seat in the kitchen. And his attorney at the time was Mark Means. So we allowed him to speak with his attorney.
Remember Mark Means?
At that time, Mr. Means wanted to speak with one of these investigators.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
That's fine, Your Honor, we'll stop that. Very well. After Mr. Daybell spoke with his attorney, what was the next step in your portion of the investigation?
I allowed Mr. Daybell to sit in the front room. He sat on his recliner closest to the door. His children sat on the couch in the same room. I gave Mr. Daybell a copy of the warrant, and he read through the search warrant while sitting in his recliner. He asked if he needed to leave the residence while we conducted business. We informed Mr. Daybell he didn't need to leave the residence, but if he chose to stay, he would be accompanied by an officer just for safety purposes.
After you had that conversation, what did you do?
Mr. Daybell asked if he could make a phone call. And at that point, he was allowed to go outside and make a phone call.
And where did you go?
I went outside with him.
And what did you do after that?
Mr. Daybell wanted to sit in the vehicle that was parked, backed in, on the west side of the house, there's a west driveway. So I allowed him to sit inside the vehicle, windows rolled up, and make a phone call. I stood in the grass area close to the vehicle.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 10A.
You may.
Detective, do you have that pointer?
Yes, I do.
Can you point out where the front door of Mr. Daybell's residence is?
So you can see virtually nothing
In that
from
image.
that.
Or where it would locate?
There's two doors. I don't know which one Mr. Daybell used as a front door. I can tell you there's a door right here and a door on the back side. So
that's the barn.
Mr. Daybell was roughly, that's not the vehicle he was in, but it's roughly parked in the same area. And I was standing here in the grassy area.
Earlier, there was some talk about the yard or the grassy area. Can you just outline for the jury where, I'm going to call it the grass area of the yard, is located on that image?
The grass area is right through here.
And is that a driveway behind the house as well?
Yes, there's a driveway here.
And to the just east of that, what is that? Is that grass as well?
There was grass here. There's like a little shop area.
That's a picture of when Chad was
There's a
arrested.
shed here. And then this is, I guess you would call it pasture area.
Did you observe any livestock there?
No.
Detective, you testified. If you can show again where Mr. Daybell was and where you were in relation to him when he went outside the vehicle.
So Mr. Daybell was sitting in a vehicle fairly close to this location. He was sitting in the driver's seat. He was back in. I was standing here just observing Mr. Daybell make a phone call.
And did you observe his behavior while he was making that phone call?
I did.
What was the nature of the behavior? What was he doing?
Initially, he was just on the phone, and I was watching him. But as the call progressed, he had the phone in his right hand and was intently looking over his right shoulder. And so I found it odd. I wanted to see what he was looking at. So I maneuvered myself to see what he was so intently looking at.
And when you did that, did you attempt to orient yourself so that you would be looking in the same direction you perceived him looking at?
That's correct.
What did you see when you did that?
So with the vehicle backed up here, he was looking over his right shoulder in this direction. I stood over here, kind of in front towards the roadway to see exactly what he was looking at. And when I looked that way, I saw this area, this pond area.
Thanks very much, Kat.
Now, let's
Drive
leave that on
drive
real
home
quick.
carefully.
You can just kind of
Thanks
run
for joining
that
us. We hope to see
pointer
you
around
again.
so
Eh?
I'm very sure where it is.
Right here.
And
There's a tree right here
thank you.
and then a pond.
And when, at the time you noticed Mr. Daybell looking over there, was there any activity going on over there?
There was. So like I testified, we got there about 7 o'clock. When we made contact with Mr. Daybell and the scene was secure, we radioed for the other units that were staged about 1.5 miles down the road that they can come start marking things off in the search warrant. So as time passed, Mr. Daybell was reading the warrant on his recliner. While he was doing that, there were ERT members and other officers that started marking off different sections in the backyard that we wanted to search.
Now, Detective, just for clarity of the record and for the jury, I believe you defined ERT earlier.
Take care,
Can you,
Kat. Thank you.
Tell the jury again what ERT is,
Evidence recovery team
and who are they associated with?
with the FBI.
Now, Detective, were you the lead of executing the search warrant that day?
I wasn't in charge of the search warrant.
So, and just for clarity again, what did you see when you looked in the direction you thought Mr. Daybell was going to happen? Or I guess, what activity did you see?
There were some ERT members marking off a section under this tree right next to on the east side of the pond area. So right in this general location.
What did you do next in your part of the search that day?
I was tasked with going into the backyard and sifting through what we determined was a fire pit.
Can you show the jury on that map or on that picture where the fire pit is located? And you said,
I apologize, but for the record, would you have the witness please reference where that pointer just went somehow, so there's a full representation?
yes, Detective, if you can point there again and describe what it is you're pointing at, where it is you're pointing.
The fire pit area, which there's like a little tree here. It's just to the north of the tree.
Yes. Is that adequate, Your Honor?
It is.
So you said you went north of the fire pit. Exactly what did you do?
So a few of us were tasked with getting dirt and anything that was in the fire pit and putting it through a sifter. So that's originally what I was tasked to do by the team leader of the ERT.
He's talking about January, right? I know they
Not
found the remains in
approximately what
late
time would
June,
you-
but this is the first visit in
I'd say
January.
roughly, probably 9 of them, that one.
Who was the team leader of the ERT team?
His name is Steve Daniels.
And how long did you sit in the fire pit?
I would say probably 35, 45 minutes.
And so when you sifted, what kind of tool did you use to do that?
It was a wooden sifter. We would scoop shovels full and put it in the sifter, and wooden handles, and just shake back and forth. And any larger debris would stay on the top of the wire screen.
And did you find anything of interest while you were sifting through the fire pit area?
Not at that time, no.
Did you move to another area of the search?
I did.
When approximately did you do that?
You asked for a time,
Approximately, yes.
probably 10-ish minutes.
And why did you move?
There were ERT members and some other members of law enforcement that had marked off a place under this tree next to the pond. They had called and wanted some other people over there to help with that area, so I left the fire pit area and responded to this section right here next to the tree and concrete.
And what did you observe when you got over there?
I observed ERT marking off, they had already marked off probably a 6x6 section. The best way I can describe it is there was taller shrubs. In the middle of the 6x6 section, it looked like there was just a little bit of grass, probably the length of sod, and some dirt protruding through the grass, but there were no taller shrubs like on the outside of the section.
So that shrub should have provided some
What happened next?
visual cover, at least from a
The DRT
distance.
team began excavating that site. They removed a top layer of soil, took off the shrub and the top level of dirt.
And what did you see under that?
I think Alex Cox
At that
died in
point,
November.
You could see what appeared to be
I don't
pretty
wanna-
large
I think it
white
was November.
rocks. And as soon as they did that, we could start to smell
December 2019, December
odor
12,
that
2019.
through my training experiences in decomposing body.
Let's talk about that. Have you, on other occasions through your work, smelled the decomposing body?
Unfortunately, yes, I have.
And is there a distinctive smell to you?
I mean, he was the
you
witness they
associate?
sort of left behind, right?
And it's your testimony that as that first layer of ground was lifted off, you began to smell that.
That's correct.
What did you observe next?
After they slowly and methodically dug around the white rocks, they were removed. ERT took pictures and measurements. They continued to dig down. Right below the layer of rocks were two pieces of thin wood paneling. Just right below the rocks.
Were you still able to smell that smell you had described?
Yes, as they dug down, it got stronger.
Were those boards removed?
They were.
What did you observe after that?
So after the boards were removed, you could see the discoloration of dirt. So you had dry dirt, and then underneath the boards was like a wet, moist type dirt. So it was pretty obvious there, the distinction between the soil.
Then what happened?
They continued to brush away the wet soil. And at that point, you could start to see a black round object start to protrude.
Now, they're talking
through
about
the dirt.
exhuming the remains, and that happened in
And
late June
Describe
2020.
that object.
So it seems they went to the
About what
property
size
in
was it?
January and then again
Initially,
6
it
months
just
later.
looked like a littler black round object. They dug down further carefully, and it appeared to take shape of the crown of a human head.
What did you do after that, or what did you observe once that was uncovered?
So once the black round object was uncovered, at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, got a small, sharp instrument and made a slit in the black plastic. You kind of open that up just a little bit, not to damage or manipulate any of the evidence. But underneath the black plastic was another white layer of plastic. So he used that same instrument and got a slit down the white plastic and kind of opened it up. And at that point, it looked to be brown human hair.
After that was discovered, what happened next?
As soon as that was
The
discovered,
black round object was JJ's
we
head.
received information on the radio that the
Wrapped in
defendant,
plastic.
Daybell, was leaving his daughter's residence, which was catty corner to his residence, at a high rate of speed. At that point, Mr. Daybell was pulled over and subsequently placed in custody.
Did you go back to the site where what appeared to be a human head was located?
I did. When I got back to what we ended up calling burial site, they continued to excavate around that black plastic. And after they excavated and took the dirt off the plastic, it revealed what appeared to be a small body.
No, he's talking about
wrapped
the
in black plastic with
section under the tree now.
Thank you. Your Honor, I know the time.
Yes.
Mr. David, let's stop for the day.
All right, we are going to try to adhere to this court schedule, so it is 3:30. This time then, I am going to conclude trial for the day. I've got one additional issue I'll take up outside the presence of the jurors. However, the jurors will be excused here momentarily. As you're leaving for the evening, then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I will try to remember to tell you each and every day, or when we leave breaks, longer breaks, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to investigate this case. If you see any media coverage of the case, please try to avoid that so you can remain impartial. And with that in mind, that will conclude our first day of evidence. So we'll allow the jurors to be excused at this time.
All rise, please.
As far as I remember, in Texas, you didn't stand when the jury entered or left. I'm not sure whether you ever stood, to be honest. I'm not sure if you stood when the judge entered, but it's certainly a couple of things that were different between Idaho and Texas. Okay, so
Thank you. Please be seated.
let's just hear what he has to say with the jury absent.
Detective, if you want to go ahead and step down off the stand, we're going to just argue with this motion. Counsel, this isn't necessarily a motion, it's just what I want to get on the record in terms of stipulated evidence the parties have agreed to. I'll note that back on February 27th, the court received a pleading stipulation on introduction of specific evidence. The list contains 74 separate items the parties have determined will be admitted at trial by stipulation. And let me just first begin there and inquire from the state, is this still an accurate representation of evidence that's going to be proffered and admitted by stipulation to your understanding?
To the state's understanding, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Pryor, you did review that before it was filed. You signed as well. Is it still your understanding that those listed items on the pleading are not going to be objected to if offered by the defense?
And by the state judge, that's correct, yes.
Very well. All right, so counsel, I am going to then indicate on the record that those particular items of evidence are to be admitted by stipulation. The one thing in keeping our record straight is that those are listed out in a 1 through 74 listing.
Okay, well, it's just going through some basic admin, not something I really want to pay too much attention to. There's been a 6.5-hour live stream. It was pretty grueling because of the quality of what we've got to deal with. When images are shown, we've got to source them from somewhere else. That's how poor they are. So that definitely is disappointing. To be honest, it's exactly what I expected. It's what I expected based on watching the jury selection, and it's what I expected based on when I was there and when I watched this sort of when we were in the feed room, remember, if you were there, but you didn't get one of these tickets like this, right? Then you went into the feed room, and then this was the sort of thing you saw. And of course, it was really frustrating. I mean, I'd flown all the way to Idaho from South Africa via New York to Idaho, and now you're sitting in the court building and you can't actually even see what's going on. You're there, but you can't actually see what's going on. And I put in a special request, can we, when you have the exhibits, can we have them at least full screen? And as far as I remember, there's like an initial, you just sort of felt like that yes, we heard what you said, and then nothing happened. But there was a change somewhere along the line. I think they did do a little bit better with the exhibits. But as far as I remember, there were 4 screens, but you could certainly see the exhibits quite clearly. This actually seems to be slightly worse than that. So anyway, that seems to be the protocol. I will be back to cover the case tomorrow, and then Friday is a day where there's not going to be trial. I may jump then from this case to covering the Karen Reed case, depending on what happens here. If they improve, then we'll see. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. But I've got a feeling we're going to be dealt these cards throughout. It is really great that we've got one of our own members, Kat Kruger, in court. She can give us a little bit of insight every day. I'll show you guys when I'm on next time that I've got, she gave me a little toy cow that when you press it, it moves. And she gave that to me in Boise, like on the last day. And I brought that back. And for a while, it was Timmy's favorite toy. He still got it, but I mean, other toys have now superseded it. But I'll try and show you and Kat that toy that comes all the way from Boise. It's a toy cow that moves when you press it. I just want to thank the mods that have been here for the whole time, Chelsea in particular. A lot of the others of you stuck out to the bitter end. Robbie, Robin, Earth, Christine, Webb Asher, but also Pauline Buckles, Mel Stiller. If I've forgotten anyone, please let me off the hook. Also, thanks so much for the super chats. I am actually going to be in America in about 2 weeks, and I could be in a healthier situation financially. So I really do appreciate, even if it's for $5 super thanks, I really appreciate it. That looks like the end of the court day. Everyone's standing up. Unless the jury are coming back in, I'm not quite sure. Okay, well, that is it. So my work for the day is not done. I need to talk to you guys about the Amanda Knox case. The letter that she wrote to the police, 4-page letter, is being examined as part of re-examining the slander case against her. The European Court of Human Rights sent the case back down to, I'm not sure if it's the Supreme Court or the High Court, but basically a court in Florence, and they're going to be re-looking at the that 4-page letter. There's so much to talk about, the circumstances around it, what Amanda said in her book about that, what Raffaele Sollecito said in his book about that, and I really don't know where to start. So probably what I'm going to do is simply narrate the letter, and then I'll leave the analysis for, well, I'll just gauge the interest, first of all, from you guys. I've written 6 books. I thought it was 5 books, but it's actually a trilogy and then another trilogy on Amanda Knox. So I know the case really well. I'm actually hoping to go to Italy later this year in sort of October. I really don't know if my credit card's going to stand this much, to take this much of a beating, but I guess we'll see. But the point is, I know this case really, really well, and it's a case I really care about. So I'm going to begin opening the can of worms in terms of the Amanda Knox case. So please look out for that video. It should be coming out a little bit later today. I did think of doing not a live stream, but a kind of recording of myself discussing the letter. But I just sort of feel exhausted by the 6-hour ordeal watching the trial. So I'm going to just take a break and then do a shortest possible video just dealing with the letter, and then we can do analysis, context, and go deeper and deeper as the need arises. But let me know in the comments whether you want to go to the next level. I mean, because there are definitely quite a few levels. There are also other letters that she wrote that the court aren't looking at because they felt that was done under duress. I feel that that's contextually relevant, but it is what it is. Okay, last couple of comments. Christine Webb says, rest well all. Amanda Knox actually said that she was going to be in Italy. Well, guess what? She's not. She's saying she's looking forward to all of this. I don't know if she really is. It's bringing her a lot of attention when she's, tending to a second child. Liesel, I wonder whether we're going to meet up this time. If you want to know about my itinerary, let me know. I don't know if you're going to be in Florida or Colorado or anywhere near the East Coast, but if you are, you should get in touch. Thanks a lot, Joe. Okay. A big thank you to Chelsea. You've really been on point in chat. I really appreciate it. I will try and buy you a beer at some point. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Welcome to new subscribers again. Thanks so much for the super chats. If you're watching this on replay, you do have the option of hitting the thanks button. Take care, and I will see you guys around about the same time tomorrow. Take care.